Good morning, Piotr M. How are you today? Nice to have you with me. I'm about to start, so you've caught me right at the beginning of the stream. Well done. All I have to do is just give me a second to share my link on Twitter, and then I'll start. Also, I'm just waiting for David to join. Where are you from? What did I just do? Give me a second. I'm just sharing my link so people can find me. Almost there. There it is. Emojis. Share this link. Okay. I posted my link now. Poland. Oh, okay. Nice. I've been to Poland. I like Poland. I really like Poland. Getting double lessons here. TA and English. Perfect. Well, why not? Why not? You'll definitely learn the basics of TA here at no cost. So that's good. I'll give you the basics, and then you have to develop your own style. Every single person who does technical analysis and trades develops their own edge. Everyone's edge is different. It all depends on your personality and your own risk analysis, your own risk appetite rather. So you have to think hard about what your strengths are and try to utilize your strengths as much as you can in the context of technical analysis and trading. Yeah, so you have to focus on yourself and identify your own strengths. So my strengths are seeing patterns. You know, I see patterns, and I can see future potential ideas of what could happen in the future. That's my strength. And then obviously I have weaknesses. So you have to work on yourself. That's really what it is. You know, trading is a game of self-discovery, and in the same time you can maybe make a bit of money. that's our aspiration. David, welcome. I've been waiting for you. David, meet Piotr. He's from Poland, and he's learning TA and English at the same time. So we have people from all over the place. Let me just get my exo charts on this second screen as well, so I have it on 2 screens. Get my chat window up here. Perfect. What is this rubbish? Oh yeah, well, I mean, I am very emotional, but that's why I try to be unemotional. Yeah. I think experience helps. So the more experience you gain, the more things you see, the less emotional you become. Yeah. I'll give you an example. It's like it's not a great example, but it's like seeing a dead person for the first time. Yeah. The first time it's quite emotional, it's quite hard. But if you see another person, you know, after a while, the experience helps you to overcome those emotions. You almost become immune. And it's the same kind of thing in trading. You have to lose money to have that first experience. If you can overcome that emotional pain, then you begin to overcome it. You begin to overcome the pain of losing money, and then you understand that to make money in trading, you have to lose money. Yeah, you can't always win. You have to lose to win. So not every trade is going to work. And the key then becomes risk management, managing your risk, and also being able to take profits. It's really important to take profit. Now, in a situation like this today, you know, even though it was possible that we made the bottom yesterday or the day before or the day before or the day before, today is the bottom. Yeah, it's hard to see what could happen, but it's a lot easier to see what has happened. Okay. And I mean, obviously I always say no one can predict the future. No one knows what can happen. If for some unusual reason there is some kind of crazy alien attack from now outer space, then we don't have the bottom. It's just not possible. If we have an alien attack, this is what you're going to experience. Yeah, for sure. Okay. And that's a fact. That's just the reality of life, you know. Doesn't really matter about anything. If something out of the ordinary, extraordinary happens in life that impacts the world, then all the markets will drop. Okay. And there might be a quick recovery, but it depends on the event. If an asteroid suddenly landed on New York, there's no recovery from that. Okay. So this is the reality of the markets. They react to developing situations in the real world, and it's a reflection of human emotion. What you're seeing here in the charts, in the candles, in the behavior, in the price action, is human behavior, buying and selling. It's human emotion, it's human greed, and it's human fear. And all of that invisible energy is reflected in this chart. Yeah, I think Bitcoin is the absolute indicator. It's the most perfect indicator of humanity, Bitcoin. Yeah, because it's in operation 24/7. It's global, it's worldwide, and it reflects humanity. This reflects humanity. It reflects fear, and it reflects greed, and it reflects buying, and it reflects selling. It reflects manipulation. It reflects everything. Every aspect of human emotion is reflected in this chart, I think. Not so much other charts like altcoins. It's Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is absolutely perfect in that concept and the idea of reflecting humanity. And it's really important to understand that we can, if we begin to learn the charts and learn how to understand the behavior of the charts, we see a very direct correlation between what's being printed before us in terms of the way the candles are being printed and human behavior, which is buying and selling. Yeah, fear and greed and fear, buying and selling. Okay, and obviously there's other things that are going on, but fundamentally this is a visual pictorial depiction of humanity, of the world. And that's my opinion. That's my interpretation of the charts of candlesticks. And so sometimes it's good to just get rid of all your indicators and other stuff and just look at the candles and see what they're trying to understand, what they're trying to tell us. Now, when it comes to the bottom here, we have a triple bottom. Yeah, it's very easy to see now. We have a triple bottom. See these 3 wicks? 1, 2, 3. That's a triple bottom. That's a very strong, this is a very powerful bottoming pattern, a triple bottom. Okay, let me just Google search it. I'll get an image, and I just want, I mean, it's educational as well. I just want to show people what I'm describing. Now, there's different depictions of triple bottoms. Okay, you can just Google it. But effectively, you know, you're, oh, this is a really bad image. I think I need to make a website because there's so many difficult images to see on the website, on different websites, that I can't really describe what I'm trying to explain. Okay, low 1, low 2, low 3, breakout, back test, and away, triple bottom. Okay, so this is a very common recognized pattern that exists, and it looks as though we've just made a triple bottom. That's what it looks as though. That's what it looks like. Okay, now on the higher time frame, the daily time frame, you just see 3 wicks, which is basically a high time visual depiction of a triple bottom. Okay, now if I was to zoom in a little bit, we can clearly see what's happened. Okay, so do you see that? That's a triple bottom. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're according to this picture, the breakout, the neckline is the breakout line. We're actually above it right now. This was a little bit of a fake out, but the neckline is there. So as long as we hold the neckline, we're going up. But effectively what we've experienced now in the last week is a triple bottom. Now, no one could have predicted that. I wasn't even thinking about a triple bottom at all. I thought possibly that the low was in. A lot of people were thinking about lower. I wasn't really thinking about lower. I thought it would be very unusual to go lower because of the amount of liquidations that we experienced at this low and at this low. When you're experiencing that many liquidations, so much liquidation, and the price doesn't go lower, it's very difficult to logically rationalize going lower because it would require significantly more market selling, and really that would require catastrophic real world events. to create that kind of behavior, and effectively a black swan. And you can't really predict and trade black swans. You just have to see if they happen, and you get invalidated, and that's, you have to move on. So I'm not like, you're not expecting a black swan. You could argue that the attack on Israel and Iran was a black swan. Not really. It's just tit for tat, geopolitics. They've been at it for years. Nothing unusual with what's happening in the Middle East. It's been going on for millennium. There's been conflicts in the Middle East for thousands of years. Nothing's changed. Same today as it was yesterday will be tomorrow. Yeah, it's nothing unusual. You know, Middle Easterns killing each other. It's normal. So I wouldn't really consider that as a black swan type event. If a nuclear weapon was used, yes, that's very different. But we haven't experienced that. So I think we're experiencing right now a triple bottom. The price right now, as you can see, is holding the neckline here. Even if we fake out, it's still holding the neckline. You just have to now focus on the 4-hour chart. I think it's really important that we focus on the 4-hour chart right now, because that's going to clear out the noise. There's a bit of noise in the markets, and we have to try and avoid the noise. So when you're looking at the lower time frame, it could get quite noisy. If the price comes down like this, you're thinking, oh my god, we're going down again. Okay, that would be very weird for that to happen, because we've made our triple bottom. Yeah, 1 2 3. There's no quadruple bottom. We're not going to go down again and make a bottom. We could, but it'd be very weird. Yeah, it'd be very unusual to do that, especially since right now we're kind of holding a previous high. And now that people have seen what's happened, they're going to start longing, okay? Because we have a very easy invalidation now. It's at the lows. Okay, so if anyone is leveraging, that's your invalidation, basically. I don't think anyone expects the price to go down, and if they do that, then they'll be invalidated. Then you can use that kind of idea for a cross margin account as an invalidation, and long. Whether it's Bitcoin or altcoins, you'll use the same invalidation for your altcoins. If Bitcoin was to suddenly do that, you should be out of your altcoins, because that would be very unusual behavior. Actually, yesterday when the price was going down, I was stopped out and I re-entered, and I could see the manipulation in the market. It was very clear to see that there was manipulation. This move down, this whole move down was manipulation. Okay. And effectively what was happening, and I'll explain, I just want to explain to you what happened yesterday, so you'll understand, so you can be aware of what could happen in the future. I'm going to show you on Twitter exactly what I saw yesterday. And this is, when you see this, you got to be careful. Firstly, this guy is my signal, because everything he says, the price does the opposite. Careful with this guy. See, look. Let's see how the next few hours progress. I am long 18 hours ago. Yeah. So you got to be careful when this guy posts. So I would definitely follow him. And then if he starts saying stuff, be careful. Because he might be right, but his timing is always wrong. And then the other post that I saw was this Carl Moon. What's his name? Carl Moon. Carl. This guy. And what does he write? Look at this. Bitcoin all in. You got to be careful when people write this shit. Yeah. So this gets a lot of people into trouble, because they're watching these very influential people say shit like that, and basically what they're trying to do is destroy all of their followers. And so most people really don't know how to manage risk or trade, or you know, a lot of people really don't know what they're doing. They're just following these influencers or influential people, and while these people are going all in longs, yeah, you've got these manipulated market makers who are going down, destroying all of their followers' long positions, stopping them out because they think they're safe. They've put their stops at break even. Yeah, I was stopped. It's not a big deal. I just re-entered, but I could see what was happening. And then they just push the price back up on leveraged positions. Now, what we don't see or understand is that these influencers that I've just mentioned are not using highly leveraged accounts. They're using very low leverage cross margin accounts. Yeah. So that's the reason why they can do that. So when this guy called Daniel says, I'm long, he doesn't have a, do you know where his liquidation is? At 30,000 here. So he doesn't care if the price comes down, you know, he doesn't really care about that. And it's the same with a lot of these people that you see on Twitter. They don't have close invalidations, and so the way that they trade isn't technically the way that people should learn how to trade. You can only do that in a bull market. You can only do a low leverage cross margin trade, have that kind of idea trading account in a bull market. So I don't think it's a bad idea to have a cross margin account with a low liquidation point and just keep on buying the dips. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think a lot of people don't understand and they get into trouble and what's happening. And it's not the way that I'm trading. The way that I'm trading is I have a really easy invalidation, whatever it is, wherever I enter, and I always take profit to protect my trade from losses if I get stopped out. Very different style of trading. And so obviously if I say long, I don't necessarily mean leverage, I mean the spot. I think it's a good place to buy spot. Absolutely. I think it's a great place to buy spot for Bitcoin and for altcoins, because altcoins are going to follow Bitcoin eventually. If I look at my if I look at my altcoin positions, they're basically all in profit right now. I just took them an hour ago, just on the back of what I'm seeing. Apart from two of them, they're all in profit. And again, I'm using a very low leverage cross margin account, and I'm just buying it on leverage. Buy. Very low liquidation point on a very separate account. It's the same as buying spot, basically. It's the same as buying spot because I don't have to reflect the value to buy spot. I can just do it using derivatives. Anyway, what we experienced on Bitcoin. Hi, Shushan Kumar. Good morning. David is saying they're market makers. So yeah, and that's the other thing. So these people, they get paid to liquidate. The more people that they get liquidate, the more bonuses they get. So you have to be very careful. I honestly think this guy is a really good trader. Yeah. But I honestly think that he's not a great person. I don't think he's a good person. Okay. It's hard for me to explain why, but I don't think he's humble, and I don't like that. I think people who aren't humble are very suspicious. And also he charges too much for his trading course. 200 pounds a month is way too much. You don't really get that much from it. You can be in on his trading course for 1 month, get all the knowledge you want for 1 month, and then leave. You don't, everything else doesn't really help. Okay, so there's something going on. with people like that, and you have to be very careful. Okay, most of everything that you can get these days is free on YouTube, and most people who are on YouTube will make money from YouTube. That's enough to keep them going. And so when you have these people saying, join my training course, it's going to cost you a shitload of money, and there's no guarantee that you're going to become a good trader, then you have to be slightly careful. Now, there are some people out there who charge money and do guarantee that you'll become a good trader if you follow their methodology. But there's a lot of people who say, follow my course, and they don't really give you the care and attention that you need, the mentorship that you need to become a good trader. So I only follow these accounts because if I see this, that they become long, then I'm careful. Like if you know, like you've got to be careful. So anyway, so just to go back into the charts, that's just kind of a side topic. We have a triple bottom. Okay, that's what I'm seeing right now. That's a very strong bottoming pattern, a triple bottom, and I don't expect another low, actually. So this is your invalidation. We haven't taken out this low, so it's still a higher low. So bullish market structure continues, higher low on the daily time frame. Next target, higher high. So probably I think the next target will be the all-time high. I don't see why we don't get there. There'll probably be a little bit of resistance here, but otherwise I think we're going up, and it'll look really nice. It'll look very powerful, very strong. We might go up over the weekend actually, because the Bitcoin halving is tonight at midnight or 1 a.m. or something like that. Probably 1 a.m. I don't know exactly when. I think it's tonight. And I think probably we're going to get a massive injection of volume. Probably, I think today, tomorrow, we're going to see a really strong green candle. That's what I'm thinking. And then the weekly time frame is going to look extremely bullish, because this candle taking the lows of the previous week low and this previous low, and if we end up with a nice strong green candle, that whole thing is going to be a reversal structure with a weekly level here. So actually entering now on Bitcoin, you're potentially entering underneath the weekly level that's going to be formed when this candle finally prints on Sunday evening. I'm expecting a green candle. Yeah. So when this green candle prints, buying now would be underneath the weekly level, which will be quite strong. I don't see any weakness right now at all. This is a very strong bullish. You see this green 4-hour candle? That's an engulfing reversal candle, following a red candle with a really strong buying tail, taking the liquidity from the lows. That's a very strong reversal pattern. Yeah, the wick is bigger than the body. That's a really strong candle. It was just a complete buy up. Yeah, it just bought up, no hesitation. And what I'm looking at now is also an inverse head and shoulders pattern. Okay, can you see that? Except obviously the right shoulder came lower, but it doesn't really matter. You have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern there. And the other thing that I'm seeing is change of market structure on the 4-hour time frame. So I have been saying over the last few days on my streams that it would be a lot easier to change 4-hour time frame market structure if we made another low. Yeah. And so we were here. You see, the way it works is you make a lower high, you make a lower low, you make a lower high, you have to make a lower low. So this wasn't the lower low, this wasn't the lower high, this was the lower low. So to change 4-hour market structure, you have to take out, as we went up yesterday, actually we had to go up there to change market structure. Okay. And what's happened is after we've put in this lower low here, we've come up here to make a lower high, because after we put in that lower high, we came in to make a lower low. Okay. So after we put in this lower high, we've put in another lower low. And so now the price doesn't need to get up there to change, to make a higher high. That now the lower high is here. See that? So putting in another low has made it much easier to make a higher high, because the lower high comes down from there to there. So I was thinking we might need to put in another low, but obviously it was just a thought. I did mention it on my stream just to make it easier to change market structure. Now that we've put in a lower low, we've now, for the first time since this pivot here, put in a higher high on the 4-hour time frame. Okay, that's the first indication of a market structure change. Danger Bays, welcome, nice to see you weekly on Slurp. Amir, did you check the liquidation heat map? 72k has $3 billion worth of liquid. Could you post the link for me, Shushan? That would be great. I'm going to have a look at Slurf because I'm in a Slurf trade right now. I took an entry on Slurf this morning. I'm not in profit. I'm in profit on everything else except Slurf. Can you believe it? That's my nemesis. So as you can see right now, we've just made a higher high on the 4-hour time frame. And obviously, if you make a higher high on the 4-hour time frame, you're making a higher high on the 2-hour, the 1 hour, 30-minute, the 15-minute, you know, all the previous time frame. We've just made a higher high on the 4-hour time frame. The minute we change market structure on the 4-hour time frame, we're going to the moon. Yeah, because that's what was needed. We needed to change 4-hour time frame market structure. Right now, this is our lower low. This is our higher high. We just need to now put in a higher low, right? And this is the high to beat, this pivot here. This could be a flat correction. We could be having a nice flat correction here. That could be our low. That's what I'm expecting. I am expecting a flat correction. I'm not expecting another deep correction. But even if we were to make a deeper correction, we have to put in a lower high somewhere. Sorry, a higher low somewhere. And then we have to take out the higher high. Yeah, so that would be confirmation of a market structure change. I'm not expecting us to go down, but you know, New York session can do wonders to the price. It can take us down, it can take us up. No one can really predict the future. There's a reason why I'm not expecting a deep correction, because it looks as though we're back into the value area, and that's a sign of strength. Okay, so if I just pull up my volume levels now, this is from yesterday. Let me just redraw my volume levels. So the value area low has moved down a little bit, and you can see we're in the value area, right? And the value area high is slightly down a bit. Point of control, no change. But basically, what we're experiencing now is a massive sign of strength. This is a sign of strength. Let me just pull up the volume. Good volume. Increasing volume. You see the green volume. It's hard to see there. That's easier to see. See these green volumes? That's what you want to see. Increasing green volume. And we're back in the value area. Actually, the value area shifted down a little bit, but it's fine. And so as long as we don't lose the value area, we're going up. Yeah. So this is kind of the line in the sand. It would be a little bit bearish because we'll lose this pivot. Right now we're above this pivot. So Oh God, I got an irregular heartbeat. Give me a second. It's weird. This would be a flat correction for continuation. But like I said, New York can do strange things to the price. So we may get a little bounce down and up, higher low, take out the high, confirmation of bullish market structure. I think that's what I would possibly expect New York to do. Liquidate and push up. Okay, so just bear that in mind. And obviously this would look bad, but again, everything's possible in crypto and trading. And if that was to happen, it would look really bearish, but you may be getting just one more kind of correction, like a zigzag correction down, get everyone bearish one more time, but actually it's just going back into the golden pocket for all of the New York session to get a really good entry to pump the price. And again, the idea is the same. So the idea that we're contemplating now is a higher low. That's the higher high. This is the lower low. Anything in between is a higher low, right? As long as we don't make a new low here, we're in higher low territory, and the low can be put anywhere all the way down to the bottom as long as we don't make a lower low. I think it'd be very unusual to go all the way down there. Honestly, I think it'd be very weird. I don't think it would make sense. Just looking at the daily candle now, I think it'd be very weird to come back underneath the previous day close, the PD close. I think that would be very strange. I think right now, because we're way above it, I think worst case scenario, if we pull back, the PD close will offer support for a bounce. I think if we start going down again, it would look very bearish, because it will look like a swing failure of the top and we're back down into the previous day candle. It will look really bearish if that was to happen. And I think a lot of people would again short. Okay, so at the moment we're getting a nice flat correction, maybe a pennant or something. This is quite bullish. And I'm going to have a look at XO charts as well. You can see on the MACD and on the CCI, you can see that the MACD is going down, the price is going sideways like that. The MACD is going down, so we're getting absorption at this range. You can see on the CCI that it's kind of coming down to the lows, but the price is still in the same range. So that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see a little bit of bullish divergence, which is what we can see. Doesn't mean it's going up. It just means that we're getting a little bit of buying in this range. 11 watching and only 1 like. Damn, switch the symbol. That will include all perpetual and inverse perpetuals. Amir, did you switch to symbol? What does that mean? All right, guys. If you don't mind, just click like. That will help me. Content is free, but likes are how you pay me. Pay me with likes. Let me have a look at XO charts now quickly and just see if I see anything interesting. I'm not going to go through the price action yesterday. You can see the liquidations. It's pretty obvious what was happening. So just looking at the local time frame now, you can see longs, leverage longs are coming in. Yeah, I can see leverage long there, leverage long there. There's a lot of longing now. I have no idea where their invalidation is, but you can see there's a lot of longing happening here. I don't see anyone shorting really. Maybe some shorting as well. You never know. if the price comes down, you can see these are longs closing. That was a long closing. This was longs closing. But you, generally speaking, the OI increases are longs and the price coming down are longs closing. So it's quite bullish. It's like a flat correction that we're experiencing now. And go back to the main charts. All right. I'm going to just keep XO on the side. But I'm not going to go have a look at it now because there's nothing really to see. All right. Close that. Get rid of these. So now that I think our bottom is in, now that we've had our impulsive move, okay, this is our first, this is wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. This is our wave, potentially our wave 1 of whatever, wave 1. It looks like it's a wave 1, and we're consolidating on a wave 4 for another wave, which will be our wave 5, which will take us to the point of control. That's what I think is happening. This is not corrective. This is impulsive. It's very obvious to see that we're in an impulsive move. So probably the next wave will take us to the point of control. That's definitely a good place to either take profit or hedge short for a pullback. If people are in long positions, they might want to just hedge for a little pullback at the point of control. With a small invalidation. I mean, you could wait to swing failure this pivot here first. We might get a nice take profit, and then we were looking for like an ABC correction probably. So let me just actually, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break because I need to use the loo. And I'll be right back, and I'll just want to go over the Elliott waves, so this is quite exciting. Be right back. Don't go. Back. Right, sorry about that. So so let me just think about these waves now, because I'm really interested in these waves. That's going to help us to plan the future. So the low is in here. That's the end of wave 4. We've started our impulse. And so effectively, that was the wave 3 to there. Then we had a WXY correction. Let me just change the color there to something else. So we've completed our wave 4 now, and now we're looking for another 5 waves. Okay. So the way to do it is using trend-based fib extensions. I'm going to take it from both of the lows. So I'm going to take it from let me first take it from the 2. So from the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Let me just do that first. So from the 2 to the 3 to the 4. So the 618 takes us to 89,000. And the 1-to-1 takes us to 114,000. That's from the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Now let me just do it from the 0 to the 1. Sorry, the 0 to the 3 to the 4. And let me see if I get anything similar. Let me hide these ones actually, so they're out of the way. This is from the 2 to the... I have to look at this 2. And ABC. Because I'm not sure the impulse began there. I have to see. I have to check to see where the 2 ends. So from the 0 to all the way there. So let me do a trend base from here to the 3 to the 4. Jay Frey, good to see you on today. I may have been looking forward to your take on today's events. So just to give you a little recap without kind of boring everyone else, because they've been here listening to me yap. What we've experienced is a triple bottom. Okay, it's a lot easier to see in hindsight. Hindsight is always 2020. But effectively what we've just experienced is this. And paste it, this. Okay. That's our triple bottom pattern. And you can clearly see 1, 2, and 3. Okay. We're above the neckline and we can hold support and then we can go up. So that's the pattern that we're in right now. And like I was saying to the others before, short of a meteor landing on New York, I think the low is in. And then the other thing is that we're changing 4-hour time frame market structure. This was our lower high, this was our lower low, this is our lower high, this is our lower low, this was our lower high, this is our lower low, and we've just made a higher high. So all that needs to happen now on 4-hour time frame market structure is a higher low somewhere, maybe here. It can be anywhere all the way down, as long as we don't make a lower low and then take out the high. Yeah, that would confirm 4-hour market structure change to bullish. And then once you have a 4-hour market structure change to bullish, I think a shitload of volume is going to come into the market. Yeah, a lot of people just wait for market structure change because that just gives them the confidence that this is the change, the beginning of the change. And a bullish reversal like that on market structure can literally go on for a long time. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was saying today earlier on, and I'm just recapping, and now I'm just looking at the Elliott waves to try and figure out our targets. Now that the low is in, as far as I'm concerned, the low is in. That's a triple bottom with a powerful reaction. I don't think you can get anything better than that, really. Mauricio Ravanal, yes, I will. I'll check everything. I'm going to check everything. It's only 10:44 here in the UK. I have plenty of time. I'm going to do another long stream today, and I think a lot of people are quite interested and excited about what's happening today. So let's just do it. Let's have fun. Maybe I shouldn't spend time on Elliott waves, but I think it's, now that the low is in, it'll be quite a constructive exercise. What I just want to do, which is what I'm not sure about, is this pivot here at the moment. A, B, C. Was that the right pivot? It might be here. I'm just looking at this whole price action. That was quite impulsive. This one was very, very impulsive. Look, impulse. 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 It might be here, actually. That's quite impulsive too, but it's still quite corrective because it comes back down. One. One. Let me just mark this out because I want to try it on this pivot here. That's really impulsive. So let me just try it on that one. Basically, the wave begins with the impulse. Yeah, it can be hard to see on higher time frame candles or medium time frame candles where the impulse actually begins. And then obviously you should look at daily candles, and daily candles, it could look slightly different. I have it to there, but actually maybe it's here. And so when I do a trend-based fib, I want to do it from the beginning of the impulse. Let me just delete these, actually. Start over. Get rid of these. Right, let's do this again. Yeah, no worries, no problem. So let's just say hypothetically the 2 is actually to there, 0 is there. Okay, just changing it a little bit. Over that, it looks quite impulsive here. Look, 1, A, B, C. Could it be there? 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. And maybe it's here actually. It looks better here. This is not it. The reason why you know this is not it is because you make another low. Yeah, so when you have a 0, if you do a wave 1, you can't go back underneath the 0. So that's how I know that that's not it. But maybe this is it here. So that's why I'm just trying to hone in on the exact location. To the 1, to the correction, to the end there, to the 4. Okay, so I think I have it. Just went over the 1 to 1. 0 to the 1 to the 2. Let me try this as well. Well, that's nice because the 618 lines up with there. That's the only thing that lines up. You've got that higher number of 120,000. That's lining up there. You have a little bit of confluence here at about 100,000. I have to do this more accurately. And then the other thing I want to do is there to there to there. Zero to the 1, to the 2, 0 to the 3 to the 4. Let's do that as well. 0 to the 3 to the 4, 0 to the 3 to the 4. Where's the 618 on that? Good morning, Easy Life Money. All right, actually, I'm gonna delete all of this right now. I think I need to find the low here because I don't think this is correct. I had it before, it had it here, and that gave me really nice targets for the top here, and I liked it. So I don't really like what I'm seeing right now. That's the problem. So that gave me 73,000. So I like that pivot there, actually. And then also from that pivot there, from there to the top of 1 to the 2 here, that also gave me 73,000. So that gave me 73,000, which is what we used to find the top in this move. They both lined up. So actually it's probably that pivot, even though that's not where the impulse began. For some reason that pivot was correct. So we're going to have to use that pivot because that gave us 73,000. You see that? You have 2 fib lines of 73,000, which is how we were able to short that top. So if that's correct, so we have to use this pivot now, really, even though it's not where the impulse began. $120. I still think 95, huh? But I'm not getting another line. If I could get another line at 95, that would be really nice. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get another line at 95. I'm getting it. 95. Let's do 2 to the 3 to the 4. $115. So we have I still think 95 is going to be a strong resistance. Obviously we're going to see resistance at every one of these fib lines potentially, but then the next level above us is 115,000, and then the next level above us is 136 or 8. You see where these lines line up? There's the high probability of resistance forming based on trend-based fib time. I think I'm still thinking 95 at the moment, because those lines matched up perfectly with the 73k mark, and those are the next fib lines that line up. And right now I'm just looking at this local time frame and it's not really lining up with anything. So we have to see this develop a little bit. At the moment it's a little bit early, and just looking at this price action now, it's a little bit early. That's your 1, that's your 2, that's your 3, 4, 5. We just have to see this play out. So as this continues, we'll be able to kind of hone in and try and figure out our fib extensions based on the trend. Okay, so for all intents purposes, the low is in, that's the low, correction complete, and we're going to expect an impulsive behavior. 4-hour time frame market structure is the confirmation. So at the moment, if you look at the 4-hour time frame, we still haven't changed market structure confirmation. We've put in a higher high, but eventually what will happen is you have to put in a higher low and take out the higher high. Yeah, and actually just looking at the price action, it is very possible that this 4-hour time frame continues and hits the point of control before we have a pullback. So just bear that in mind. That's what I'm seeing right now. Anything can change, but right now it looks like the impulse wants to continue, and so we're not yet putting in a higher low on the 4-hour time frame. A higher high and a higher low is going to look like this, you know. It's not just going to happen instantly on the 4-hour time frame. And so when you're looking at the market structure change here, for example, in this down move, you can clearly see that we were making lower highs, lower lows, and then when we took it out there, and the confirmation, it was a bit of a trap. But the confirmation is, let's not look at that because that was a bit trappy in the range. Let's look lower down where we actually really did change the market structure. So let's look here. You see we were making lower highs on the 4-hour time frame, lower lows. That was the low. Then we took out the lower high here. That's where we took it out. Okay, and then what you can clearly see is after we took out the high, it took a few hours. It took a whole day to pull back and take out the high a second time. And so effectively that became your higher low. That was the change of market structure is completed here in this price action here. Higher high, higher low, take out the higher high, and the next low was a higher low. You see that? And from then on, we just kept on making higher lows until we had a explosive move to the upside. So you're looking for a higher low. That's really, if you're looking to like enter on Bitcoin, you don't want to chase the pump, which is reasonable. No one really wants to chase the pump. You're looking for a higher low. That's going to take a little bit of time. It may happen now. Yeah. Or this might go up and then we might kind of, it might happen in the future. Yeah. We have to see when it happens. Technically, We just mustn't take out this low to make a higher low. So worst case scenario, that could be a high low and the confirmation will be taking out the high. But you're not going to see it immediately because this is still kind of impulsing to the upside on the 4-hour time frame. Good morning, sir. I love your analyze on BTC. Please, I am having issues with my trading knowledge. Hope you can help out. Good metal. What the hell? Where are you from? Easy Life Money. I can also give you some English lessons as well while you're at it. All right. Let's just, I think Bitcoin is pretty obvious what's happening. We're holding this low here. As long as we hold this low, we're in a sideways flat corrective move, like a flag, basically. Or a flag or a pennant. What's forming now on the lower time frame is a little bit of a flag, and so that's quite bullish after you have a little move up, little flag, maybe a down and break up. That's kind of what I would like to see. Down and up, and we might get it down all the way down to back test this value area low. I think that would be nice. It would be nice. It would be nice to kind of flag down and go up and just have a nice back test of the value area low at the same time. I think that would be really nice to see. And then then you're targeting the point of control. That's going to be major resistance. But the good thing about hitting the point of control is we'll be taking out this high here. There may be a short opportunity at the point of control. Now, if you don't want to close your longs, you may want to just hedge so you don't lose your original position, because we're potentially, anyone who's long now is potentially in a very lucrative swing trade. Okay, so that's the level of interest. I'm going to put an alert on that. Hedge. It's only a swing failure at the point of control. Usually when you're looking at trading, you're looking for much more confluence at specific levels. So that's why you have to analyze to try and see if you can find any more confluence at that level. So let me just have a look while I'm here. I'll do it from the top pivot to the low. The golden pocket's a little bit higher. Yeah, so there is a golden pocket. It's from this pivot. So that's the thing about this range. The golden pocket at one of these pivots does land at the point of control. And then obviously I've got some other levels which I marked out from yesterday. There is a daily level here in the way. So just, that's quite interesting. That could give us a little bit of resistance. And we have a naked daily point of control, slightly lower. That could offer a little bit of resistance, but otherwise. So what could happen is this, yeah. This is almost what I would think could happen. We could possibly go to back test the value area low, possibly break out all the way up to the point of control, swing failure that pivot, and then just come back down to correct underneath the point of control, finding support on this daily level, like some kind of ABC here before we make another attempt potentially. I don't know how long that's going to take. It's just an idea of what could happen, but you know, we're going to hit resistance and the price will correct. Yeah, I don't think the price is going to go up in a straight line. That doesn't make much sense, because you are hitting liquidity levels and people will take profit. Yeah, traders will take profit and they will hedge at key levels. So that's kind of what I'm envisioning right now, and we'll have to see what happens. And then the other thing to bear in mind is there is a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders going on here, but also we may end up with a much higher time frame inverse head and shoulders. So just looking at this whole thing, get rid of this now. Get rid of all of these lines. Keep the volume levels. We may be forming a much bigger inverse head and shoulders. That's usually what happens. You start off with one little pattern and it forms a bigger pattern. I wouldn't be surprised. That being said, I think the weekend is going to pump, so it may not happen. Nigeria. What the hell? Your English should be perfect if you're from Nigeria. All right. Any questions on Bitcoin? Otherwise, I'm going to just kind of start looking at some other coins. Bitcoin is looking really strong. So while Bitcoin is looking strong, we're having fun. The fun begins. Let me begin looking at ETH BTC. All right. So ETH BTC is bleeding into Bitcoin. You can clearly see that. Why is ETH BTC bleeding into Bitcoin? Well, technically, because we've not been able to close back above this SR flip, which is this pivot here. Technically, that's why. But we all know that when Bitcoin pumps, everything will bleed into Bitcoin. Everything bleeds into Bitcoin, yeah, in terms of Bitcoin value. So when Bitcoin is pumping, you have to have exposure to Bitcoin. Otherwise, you'll lose some gains. And then when Bitcoin finally gets to its destination, then there's going to be a rotation from Bitcoin to primarily ETH and then probably the rest of the altcoins, yeah? So at the moment, looking at ETH on a higher time frame, even though I've got it targeting this lower golden pocket here, it all depends on how pumpy Bitcoin gets. And actually, even though we're failing to get back above this SR flip, which is this previous pivot here, there is a 382 on the higher time frame, which could still act as support. So there's no reason to think that ETH is going to dump against Bitcoin, is going to dump. We still have to lose support lines, flip them, and then we're heading to the next level, yeah? If Bitcoin starts pumping, there is nothing that's going to prevent altcoins bleeding into Bitcoin. That's just a fact. So you have to have some exposure to Bitcoin as Bitcoin starts moving. Jay Foray, I bought into TRVL coin in recent BTC pump, like you said yesterday, worked out nicely. It's the best time to buy. Like even now, it's a really good time to buy. But in my opinion, not financial advice, just keep on buying. Buy the dips, yeah. TRVL is a unsung wonder. It's gonna do some great things. And if it doesn't, then I'm gonna pump it to the moon anyway. So either way, we win. It's a win-win. If I get 1,000 subscriptions on my YouTube channel, then I can monetize my YouTube channel somehow. I don't know how. And then I'm going to use all of the gains to buy TRVL. So at market. So there's going to be a direct correlation between my YouTube channel and the price of TRVL. So hopefully by the end of this year, if I get 10,000, then we're all going to be rich. That's the aim. All right. So yeah, so ETH BTC is at the moment bleeding against Bitcoin. This is normal. And we just need, I think if everyone's waiting for alt season, we'll know because ETH will start finding strength against Bitcoin again. There'll be a capital rotation back into ETH, right? When I'm looking at ETH, it's very clear to me that we've lost some really important levels. The previous range val, this pivot. I don't think ETH BTC is bearish at all. Yeah, even though it's bleeding into Bitcoin, I don't think it's bearish. I think on the higher time frame, it's extremely bullish. But I think we just it needs to just play out. Yeah, what needs to happen needs to play out. And even though it's looking really bearish, I think eventually what will happen is ETH BTC will find support somewhere, who knows where, and then we're going to see a massive what the hell? What happened there? We're going to see a massive alt season. Yeah, massive alt season. And so we'll know because ETH BTC will find support. And actually right now it'll be easy to see, because all that needs to happen is we need to just get back above that SR flip. Yeah, so until we do, we're not going to see alt season. Doesn't mean alts aren't pumping. So when I'm looking at the altcoins now, look at that, the TRVL. Look, it's already up to 6.4 cents. Shit, and you know, in my videos I've been saying about TRVL, I've been saying that psychologically anything underneath 6 cents is being bought up. So I'm not saying this is the last opportunity, but maybe one of the last opportunities to buy under 6 cents was this morning. Yeah, and you can clearly see that there's a lot of buy up and the price is being prevented from dropping. I bought some this morning, only a little bit, because I have enough. But you can see here on Bybit, we've had a lot of absorption in the volume. This is absorption. So the price is coming down, but the volume is increasing, but the price isn't really coming down. So with all of this volume, if there was no absorption in the price, you would expect the price to have collapsed. Yeah. But effectively what we're experienced with TRVL on a daily time frame is a higher low. That's the daily time frame. So if I go to the daily time frame now, I'll show you higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Okay, this is not a lower low because that's the higher high. This is the lower low. You have to take out the lower low. Yeah, and we haven't been able to take it out. The price came all the way down, and with all of this volume was unable to make a low low. We're basically putting in a higher high on TRVL, a higher low, sorry, on TRVL on the daily time frame. That's what you want to see. It just means that this pivot is the low. That's all it means. It means that we've put in a new low. It's a higher low, and once the low is been put in, guess what? We're going to the highs. We're going right back up to the highs. And the aim of all the bulls, if we're bullish on TRVL, which we are, is to take it right back to make a higher high. And that's what we want. We want to make a higher high now. A higher high on the daily time frame would be taking out that high. Okay. Now on the medium time frame, on the 4-hour time frame, when you're looking at market structure, on TRVL, we've actually put in a higher high here. These are lower highs all the way down to here. What the hell? Something going on with my charts. It's like a zombies in my charts. These are lower lows. And as soon as you take out that pivot, you've made your first higher high on the 4-hour time frame. And I did say in my streams that we're just trying to put in a higher low on the 4-hour time frame. It looks like this is it. And once we take out that high at about 7.3 cents, we've confirmed 4-hour market structure change to bullish, back to bullish. Yeah. So in context, we're in daily market structure bullish, and now we're about to change the 4-hour time frame back to bullish. Okay. And then you're just looking for higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. If people want to trade it like that, they can. There's it usually is quite impulsive to the upside, and then the corrections are the ones where it'll be easier to trade, because then you're looking for an ABC correction after some sort of 5-wave impulse to the upside. I am expecting a impulsive 5-wave. Now, when I was analyzing TRVL, I was like thinking to myself, could this be the first wave? It is possible. It is possible. I can't tell. Like, it's hard to tell what if that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The problem with this idea, I mean, it could be, yeah, that could be a 5-wave. It's like really weird, difficult to see. In these illiquid tokens, it's not easy. There could be 5 waves there, something like that. It doesn't look like it really, but it could be. And then you have like a 5 corrective wave here, like an A, B, C, D, E. It'll be a lot easier to see as this develops. And what I'll do is I'll start doing some fibs to try and calculate. It's really not easy. Like, I can't explain how difficult it is because it's so subjective. Did the correction end here or here? I'm not sure. Okay, it doesn't look like 5 waves from here, but you know, these are combinations of waves. You know, you have your first impulsive wave is going to be 5 waves, and so we'll have to count. Once we count, it'll be a lot easier to see. But I think at the moment we're about to impulse out. You can see there's an inverse head and shoulders here already. Same as Bitcoin, actually, another low, and now we're just breaking out. So at the moment it looks like TRVL is following Bitcoin. That being said, the valuation against Bitcoin is nice, is healthy, it's going up, and so that's kind of what you want to see. You don't want to see a bleed into Bitcoin necessarily. We almost want to see TRVL go up faster against Bitcoin as Bitcoin goes up, because what happens then is the whole market will then jump into TRVL. Yeah, because right now people are looking at the market, they're looking at altcoins, they're looking at all of the different altcoins, and they're trying to see which they can gain the most. Yeah, that people are thinking like that. They're thinking about gains, and so naturally, if altcoins are bleeding into Bitcoin, then it's actually better to be into Bitcoin. But if people start to see that there's one specific or two specific altcoins that outperform Bitcoin as Bitcoin goes up, then they'll jump onto that altcoin. They'll start pumping that altcoin. And so actually what we really want, the best case scenario for TRVL would be for all the altcoins to underperform against Bitcoin, but TRVL to outperform Bitcoin. If that behavior continues, then you're going to see a lot of people jump in to TRVL, and that's when you're going to get a really impulsive price action, and that's going to take us to higher prices very quickly. And I mean, I've been saying it all along. When Bitcoin is red, we buy TRVL. It's the best time to buy TRVL, when Bitcoin is red. Yeah. And then when it's green, you don't have to buy because the market will take it up. Bitcoin, the tide of Bitcoin takes the whole market up. So when Bitcoin is going up, you don't need to buy TRVL. But when Bitcoin's pulling back, that's a good time to buy into TRVL. And so potentially we could have, I mean, I'm just looking at this price action now against Bitcoin. It's amazing because there is a V-shape pattern here, and this whole thing is a really nice but very deep correction. We haven't taken out the low. So when I'm looking, oh, sorry, I haven't shown you this. So you see the V shape there. That's a V shape. That's a V shape recovery with a like a flaggy correction. When you look at V-shaped patterns, I'll show you. It kind of looks like it. V-shaped recovery. I've shown it before, but I'll show you again. Have to find a good chart which describes my idea, so it's easy to see, easy to understand. I think I need to start creating explanations of patterns, because when you search in the web, it's so hard to get really good information. And it's quite subjective. It's quite subjective. Yeah, so the explanations aren't great online. Effectively, with a V-shaped recovery, you have your V, and then you have this kind of pullback, and the pullback is usually a channel like this. As long as you don't take out the bottom of the V, then the V-shaped recovery is intact. Usually these V-shapes, they're not so deep. Usually they're not so deep. But as long as you don't take out the pivot, then this is intact. And once you have a breakout, then you're breaking out of a V-shaped recovery. Okay. And so this is it's an extremely bullish pattern. What we want to see now is a little bit of a breakout to the upside. And I think just looking at the pattern now, I would be targeting the value area high again. We've been there once. That's what I have in mind. Obviously, this pattern could be invalidated, and the invalidation would be just to take out this low here. That would invalidate the pattern. That would be incorrect. Yeah, it wouldn't be bearish, but you'd be forming something else. If that happened, it would be a really amazing place to buy TRVL, because you'll be buying it somewhere at the lows of this overall range. But that being said, it would mean that Bitcoin is sucking the life out of altcoins for that to happen. So as far as this idea is concerned, we're at a pretty interesting point in time where if we go up, then we're going to break up to the upside. And if Bitcoin starts going crazy, then altcoins might bleed into Bitcoin. Okay, now I'm not expecting that, because as you look at this whole correction after we made a V-shape recovery against Bitcoin, it's been quite a nice drop off. It's been quite a nice channel formed in this kind of move to the downside. It's been very gentle. Yeah, it hasn't been considering how Bitcoin has been kind of trying to go down and trying to scare the living hell out of everyone. I think you could argue that TRVL's held up very nicely against Bitcoin. Yeah, we're above the point of control. That's bullish. Yeah, it's bullish. We haven't lost the point of control. Look, you can clearly see here that we've back tested and held the point of control of support. And right now, as you look at the price action in the last 4 hours, as Bitcoin has gone up, TRVL has also gone up against Bitcoin. So actually, TRVL is at the moment outperforming Bitcoin. So it's the same as I've always said. It's better to be in TRVL because it's a low market cap token and we're holding support levels against Bitcoin. Yeah. If you look at the overall price range of TRVL and even though we've had some kind of difficult pullbacks over the last few weeks, you can still see that we're holding the, we haven't bled away into oblivion. We're still holding. This is a hold. All of this range is we're just holding against Bitcoin, and now it looks like we wants to push up. And so actually I'm seeing a little bit of a pattern here. I'm gonna have to refresh my trading view because I can't do undo. I can see a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders forming here. Okay, and I'd like to see if that plays out. That would be quite bullish, because then we could have a little breakout, and if we can try and get above the value area high, that would be really bullish to see. A little back test and we're flying. That would be an ideal situation for TRVL, but you know, this is just an idea. It's very speculative. Anything can happen. Good morning, Fafa Foy. David says, easy life money, have you bought on spot or leverage? No one ever knows if your position is safe. Good morning, but your entry is nice. What was his entry? It has potential to pull back. Yeah, so yeah, TRVL, look at that. It's back up to 6.5. If you can imagine that this morning TRVL was at 5.8 cents, and now we're 12% up. I think you know, it's amazing. Who's a good buyer? Well done. Anyone who held on firmly to their value, to their altcoins, well done. Congratulations. I hope that I helped in my encouragement. I hope I've given people confidence. That's all I really wanted to do, is give people confidence to not kind of prematurely dump their positions, and just kind of give them the technical analysis and support that people need to not panic sell. Yeah, that's all I was trying to do in my endeavor, is help people to not panic sell, and if anything to accumulate for better positioning. Yeah, and I've always said, never go all in, always have capital on the side, because there's always going to be pullbacks in the market, especially when Bitcoin is correcting. And obviously, if anyone had that idea and did buy the dip, right now we're starting to move up again, and that's kind of what you want to see. So I am counting these. I'm just going to take my time to count these. I think the beginning of the wave 3 is now upon us. This is the beginning of the wave 3. I'm going to have to count it. It is possible that this was the one. That was a correction, and now we're in the 3. And this will be the wave, the macro wave 1 of the 3. As far as Elliott waves is concerned, the 3 is usually the most impulsive. My target for the 3 is 30 cents. Okay, let's see what happens. Right, that's TRVL. Slurf is doing very well. I bought back into Slurf. I didn't go crazy, because actually what I've been doing now is I've got a little bit of a spread now on derivatives on a cross margin account, whereas before I was a little bit mental and I went kind of crazy on Slurf. I didn't go crazy on Slurf this time. What I'm planning to do with Slurf is scaling as we go up, because I'm still worried about these godforsaken whales who could easily manipulate the price. But that being said, Slurf is looking really good, and it's following Bitcoin at the moment. We've come into this point of control many times. The value area is much lower there. Value area high is much lower there. And I think a really important thing for me was to get back above the point of control and back test it as support. We haven't done that yet, but we are up above it for the third time. Yeah, if you can see here on Slurf, we're kind of up above it for another time. We're kind of finding resistance on this daily level, but I think because now Bitcoin is finally showing unbelievable strength, and because we're above the point of control, I am expecting the point of control to offer support so that we can go up. And actually what I'm expecting is a nice quick move up to about 59 cents on Slurf. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Let me just kind of have a look at some things. Yeah, that's kind of my long trade idea. Delete that. Yeah, it's probably about 59 cents. I'll be looking to take profit or hedge or something. Yeah, we're kind of back at the golden pocket. We're looking to kind of break out the golden pocket right now. I don't really have anything to say on Slurf, to be honest with you. It's looking quite bullish, and I think that's all everything to do with Bitcoin right now. Possibly you could argue that this kind of manipulation, this was all manipulation, has ended. Yeah, and now we're just following Bitcoin. That being said, I don't trust manipulators, so it's very important that when we do get into higher levels of resistance to take profit or to hedge. Yeah, because these whales could continue to manipulate this market, and that's why I'm a bit concerned about Slurf right now, and for evermore. Like, this whole down move was manipulated, and well done if anyone caught the dip, but I don't think it was needed. Like, you know, it was quite cruel though. It was quite cruel to do that. Why would people do that? You know, they want a better position, they want to make more money, but that's just greedy at the expense of other people. That's quite mean, and I don't like that. That's kind of why I haven't been really following Slurf as I was before. Honestly, I don't think we should have lost this low here. And if we didn't see that manipulation, we probably wouldn't have. Yeah. If you look at a lot of altcoins, they came into their lows, they held their lows. Slurf was probably one of the only ones that didn't, and that's because of the manipulation that took place. And you know, when you compare Slurf to a lot of other altcoins, this is the only one that did this, and that's kind of why I'm not really following it, promoting it that much, even though it's bullish, even though it will probably do well, and even though I have a long position. Whatever, you know, I'm not crazy interested in it that more. I'd rather look at other tokens and kind of put the spotlight on those, let people kind of diversify their positions. There's no reason. I mean, these whales are going to become they're going to be super rich, but it was at the cost of a lot of people, and I don't like that. What else do you want me to look at? David is my friend. He's my real life friend. I've known him all my life. And if David says something, listen to him. Because he knows. All right, let's have a look at some other coins. Some other coins that I'm interested in. So I'm interested in Cube. Cube is not... so Cube is an interesting token. It's a very low market cap token. The volume isn't very high, but I've bought into this at the lows, and it may not follow Bitcoin the way people think, because this is a Cardano token, so it may require Cardano to go to the moon first before this token performs well. One thing that I've been doing actually is I've created this, I've created a bot on Gate to kind of buy and sell between Cube, between TRVL, only a small amount, only about $700 worth of token in each of these tokens between TRVL, Cube, and Quanks and Voight. I'm just going to see what happens because I'm quite interested in these little bots that buy and sell, and they're called rebalancing bots. So when one of these tokens outperforms, it sells a little bit and it rebalances it, and it keeps your between whatever tokens you put into that bot. I should show you actually, it's quite interesting. I've got it here. I was just messing about with this today. This is my Gate account. I don't really have much value on Gate, so there's nothing to hide. I don't hold much value on this at all. But let me have a look. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Where is it? Trade bots. I've been messing about with this, and no, what is this rubbish? Copy training limit stuff. There it is, spot bots. So I'm kind of messing about with this at the moment. It's called Smart Rebalance Bot. And I think it's quite interesting. I think if anyone's interested to have a look at it, they should. And what you can do is you can put in your tokens and what it does, and you can set which the time frame that you rebalance. So I've kind of done it at about 25% between these 4 tokens, and it kind of, if one goes up, it sells a little bit and it buys the others. So it is always rebalancing, and I've put the rebalancing frequency at 1 hour, and so it's always buying and selling. So I'm just messing about with this to see how this performs. At the moment it says I've got a total return of $114, so I have to see how this goes. Look, and it just automatically does it for you. It's quite interesting. I think it's quite interesting. Let's have a look at this. See, look, I've only done it with a small amount because these are relatively illiquid tokens, so you have to do it with small amounts to not move the price. So you see I sold some TRVL. This bot sold some TRVL and it bought some Quanks, some Vi, and some Cube. And now if Cube goes up, it will sell some Cube and it'll buy the others. And so it's always rebalancing. I think it's quite interesting in trying it out. The other thing that's really good, I think if people are interested, is to create bots for TRVL. And the reason why is because we need to increase the volume of the trading volume on TRVL. Okay. And I don't think people realize that, but if we are able to increase trading volume of TRVL, then it's going to be much quicker to get onto Binance. And I'm not suggesting that people use their whole portfolios to do this, just a small amount. I think if everyone was interested and they did a small amount, have a little bot going on TRVL, buying and selling. There's different kinds of bots you can utilize. There are grid bots. If you look at, I'm just using Gate because every centralized exchange has this kind of idea. You can use different kinds of bots. Grid bots are common where you're buying and selling, and I wouldn't use a large amount of value. I would only use like $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 or something in that kind of range because of the illiquid nature of the token. But if everyone can create bots, like I'm going to create a spot grid bot as well on TRVL, and the idea is that if we can all create bots on TRVL, then we're going to be increasing the trading volume. We're not going to lose any money because All bots do is buy and sell, and they make you money in a market which is very volatile. As the price goes up, you sell little bits, and the price comes down, you buy little bits. Yeah. So I'm not saying do it with your whole portfolio. I'm saying that if you take a little portion of your portfolio, set up some bots on TRVL. If everyone does this, if we can get like 100 people doing this, then we can increase the volume on TRVL, and that would help us get onto Binance quicker. Yeah, so Binance kind of looks at volume when it evaluates tokens, and it isn't just about impulsive volume when the price goes up. It's overall trading volume, and most of this volume is coming from bots. Yeah, so while I'm not suggesting people sell TRVL, but I don't think it's a bad idea if everyone takes a very small percentage of their portfolio. It can be very tiny, it could be like 0.5% or a small amount, and create a bot for buying and selling TRVL automatically. Yeah, and the best one is going to be what I suggested, was like a rebalancing bot, because it will buy and sell at market, just to rebalance the portfolio. So it will sell into USDT and then buy into the other tokens to rebalance on a high frequency or relatively good frequency. And if we all did that, then we can increase the volume without trading. Okay. And no one really takes a loss. No one's really losing money. In fact, you're gaining money. Okay, you might lose if you just hodl on that small portion, maybe it's better to just hodl, but actually it benefits all of us, because as the volume increases, then the chances of exchanges like Binance listing this is going to increase. Okay, so that's something that I'm encouraging us all, if we're interested, to do. And I'm gonna like kind of keep a track of my bot and report on the performance. At the moment, you can see I've made $117. Yeah, just by the bot trading. I don't know what that means. I'm still trying to understand it. I'm still trying to understand it. I mean, it doesn't really give you much information. And the good thing about this bot is that it's all in crypto. So you're just buying and selling in crypto. You're not going to USDT. It's not a grid bot. It's just a rebalancing bot. So it's just buying and selling between the different altcoins that you're bullish on. And I don't know. I think it's quite interesting idea, actually. I just don't know how to see. I don't know how to see. There's a lot of other bots. You can follow other people's bots. I'm not really familiar with this site. You see, there's a lot of kind of different bots. You can copy people's bots. Yeah. I don't know if they're any good. There's a little tutorial. There should be a graph of your profits. Just tells you total return. Doesn't really give you much information. Have a look at this. Look at this one. That doesn't help. That's not it. Copy trading. There should be another one. Yeah, I'm just here like trying to figure it out as well. So I have no idea. This isn't it. This is just spot holdings. I'm trying to figure out, is it that one? That's it, yeah. spot bots. Details. Yeah, it doesn't really give you a graph or anything. That's kind of what I want to see. Transaction history or something. Right. Anyway, that's I found that quite interesting. Let's have a look at some other tokens. Anyone interested? My XRP was 0.0001 from liquidating while I was sleeping. So you're still in? You mean XRP hospital? Oof, look at that. I have to buy somewhere. Look at this. This is really nice. Looks good, huh? It's about to break out. It's like a flat top triangle to the next level. 10 cents. You mean XRB hospital or XRB XRP? XRPH. I am not selling. Oh, XRP. Well, look, is that the only token you have? It can't be the only token, because that would be crazy. Do you not have any TRVL? Have you not been listening to me? It's staked right now, not futures available. I have a lot of tokens, right? Good. Well done. So Easy Money Life. If you're looking to learn how to trade, the most important lesson that I can give you is don't use a lot of money. Use a very small amount of money to learn. Yeah. I think it's a big mistake if you're learning and you're using a lot of money, a lot of value. I think that'll be the biggest mistake you make, and it will be a long emotional journey which will probably destroy you. Okay. I think the best lesson I can give you is start off maybe not using money, or just a very small amount, like pennies, or a very small amount. I think it's a good idea to use real money, but very small amount. If you can't take a trade because you're worried you're going to get invalidated, stopped out, then you're using too much money. That's really the bottom line when it comes to trading. If you make a trading plan, so let's just have a look at Bitcoin right now. Right. Let's just make a trading plan. Yeah, right now. Together. Yeah. We've kind of consolidating above this pivot. Right. That's our SR flip. We have the volume range. Let me just put it back in. Somewhere here. So we have the value area low. And now you're thinking to yourself, what do you want to do? Do you want a long? Probably, because you can see there's quite a bullish. We're at the lows of the overall higher range, and you can see some kind of bullish reversal forming, right? You can see the range. This is the overall range. The range is basically from here to here. So we're still kind of at the bottom of the range, not at the top. The bottom was right down here, but we can see we've moved back into the value area low. That's a sign of strength. Yeah, so when the price reclaims a lost level, so in this case the lost level was this value area low, and we've taken out the high, so we've made a new high. You're not thinking short right now, you're thinking continuation, you're thinking long, but you're not just going to long the high. You could, but you'd have to have a really wide invalidation basically at the lows. You really don't want to do that. You want a tight invalidation. And so you're thinking about trading. You're thinking about, I want to create a trading plan. So maybe you're looking at this local range. You're thinking, I want a long. Where is a good place to long in this local range? Okay, it's a very tight range. You want to long at the bottom. So you might do a volume range pull. You see, okay, we're kind of ranging in this volume range, but actually you'd rather, it would be better to long here at the bottom here. See now, that's the best place. Or hold on a second, let me just refresh the screen because it's really annoying me because I can't do a back. I can't do undo. You were very confident that your XRP long wouldn't liquidate. Okay, so you've got the you're thinking long, but you don't just want to long because you need an invalidation. Where is your invalidation right now? It could be these lows, but knowing Bitcoin, it could just do this. It could just go down, take out, liquidate you, and go up. That's what Bitcoin does. Bitcoin loves to do that. So you know that that's what Bitcoin does. So if you were to long now, you could have your invalidation there, but you probably get stopped out and you wouldn't have taken any profit. So you take losses instead. Okay, that's not what you want to do. You're looking for an entry that gives you an invalidation. That's really what you're looking for. An entry that gives you an invalidation. The invalidation is really important. And also you want to see the price find support, right? Right now the price is obviously consolidating above this previous level, which I've marked SR flip. You can see that it's back tested it once. Maybe another back test. Maybe that will be a good entry. Something like that. So you might think to yourself, okay, I want a long a back test of that support. We've tested it twice, but maybe one more time. Once, twice, maybe one more time. And maybe we're going to clean the liquidity from these lows, stop everyone out and still go up. So then you're thinking to yourself, okay, I want a long, so I'm looking for an entry. And maybe my entry is a swing failure of these lows. And then I'll trade it right back up to the top of this mini range. That's your trading plan. Okay. So you have to create the idea. You have to think to yourself what you're looking for. And then if you get this kind of behavior, that's when you can long. Because it's giving you what you wanted. What you wanted was to clean these lows of liquidity, to back test this pivot one more time, and for the price to come back up, back test this pivot and to come up. Okay. And now you have your invalidation. This is your invalidation, this pivot. You don't, if this was to happen, you wouldn't expect it to do that. Then you'd be invalidated. You're not trading like for that kind of behavior. You're trading for this kind of behavior. Take the lows and continue going up because your bias is bullish because of what you're seeing in the charts. Okay. And now the question is your risk management. Now you have an idea of what you want to see. You want to have good risk management. So you have a trading portfolio and you want to risk maximum 1%. Okay, in a bull market, you'll see people risk more, and they'll risk more depending on the confidence that they have in their trading idea. Maybe in something like this, I would risk less because we've pumped quite a lot, and there's no reason why we don't just go down. It can happen. Yeah. So you might think to yourself, well, I'm learning to trade. I'm not going to risk so much. I'm going to risk less, not more. And so with this tool, it's really easy. You just type in your account size. Let's say your account size is $100, which is a good account size to learn. You're only risking 1%. Okay. And then this tool will tell you exactly what you need to do. It says you need to buy 0.005 Bitcoin, I think. Yeah. See that? It tells you, and then it tells you your risk to reward ratio. If you want to risk less, you have a tighter invalidation, you're buying more. If you have a wider invalidation, you're buying less, but you're only risking 1%. The idea is to risk 1%, okay? In that idea, because you're putting here 1%, you might say 0.5%. Okay, so now you have to buy less. So you buy that much Bitcoin, that's your invalidation. And then the next thing you have to do is take profit. It's really important to take profit. The first take profit protects your trade from losing. So if you make a winning trade, the winning trade idea is that this swing failure happened, you took a long, you only risked 0.5%, so you made the right decision. Yeah, you took it. The reason why you took it, because you're only risking a small amount, so you're not worried about losing if you're wrong. Yeah, the problem is that a lot of people risk too much and they fail to take the trade. Yeah, because they're scared, because suddenly they see this red candle come here and they're worried it's going to go down, so they don't take the trade. That's why you have to risk a small amount, then you can take the trade. But then the most important thing is to take profit. Okay, if you don't take profit as you hit resistance, then you're not protecting your trade from losing, because as the price comes into resistance, you can also get a rejection. Yeah, and so when you're longing the bottom of a range, naturally as the price comes up, you're coming back into resistance, because it's support until it's come back down, and it could flip into resistance. Okay, and so if you make a successful trade but you don't take profit, and then you get invalidated and you get stopped out and you make a loss, then you've just made a bad trade. So you've basically made a really good trade and it's become a bad trade because of your failure to take profit in that trade. And that's really trading. That's all it is, really. You make a trade plan, you have an invalidation, you have a trading idea of what's going to happen. If it happens, you take the trade. You only risk a small amount. You take your profit, protect your investment. And if you've taken enough profit here, then even if you get stopped out, you still make money. So it becomes a winning trade. Regardless of what happens, that trade becomes a winning trade. And that's basically the fundamentals of trading. That's really it. It's really that simple. But the hardest thing to master is this discipline. You need to be quite disciplined. And the discipline has to be in the risk management, and the execution has to be quite disciplined too. You can analyze the charts all day long, but if you don't have good risk management and discipline to execute your trades correctly, you will always fail. Always fail. Now, I think for most people who are learning in the bull market, the safest way to invest is to buy the dips on spot and not think about it, because in a bull market, we are expecting Bitcoin to go up to high numbers. Yeah, that's what we're expecting. We're expecting for Bitcoin to go up to high numbers. And for most people, the easiest thing to do is to just buy the dip and wait for Bitcoin to go up. What's happening is the tide is rising, and all you have to do is put your money in on every dip and wait for the tide to rise and take the value of your Bitcoin up or altcoins up. That's the easiest way to play this game. That's why people are so excited about being in a bull market, because everything is easy. It's easy. Yeah. So buying every dip on spot is really easy, and you're not going to get liquidated either. Yeah. So I think for most people, that's the best way to do it. I'm not telling people to do it any other way, honestly. I think why would you? Because it's right now, it's quite easy. And if you think that the Bitcoin halving is tonight, we basically have a year of this, and the best thing to do is buy the dip, and at key levels of resistance, take profit. Take profit so that you have money to buy the dip. Okay, so now looking at this whole range, you might be thinking to yourself, you don't be greedy. Yeah, don't be greedy about taking profit. You might be thinking to yourself, I'm in spot, I might take profit at the highs, because if the price dips, I can use that profit to buy the dip. Yeah, that's basically it. And you take profit again because you can buy the dip. Yeah, you can't be greedy when you're taking profit, because then you have money value to buy the dip. Yeah, you might overall lose some Bitcoin, but overall your USD value is going up, and that's all that really matters. Yeah, now, and then you're not panicked when you have dips, because you have value to buy the dip. So the best strategy is to not be all in, and to always have value fiat in reserve to buy the dips. Now, the question is, what are dips? What are the big dips? Well, these last few days we've been having a big dip. Yeah. Why? Because the market is freaking afraid. Yeah. When the market is afraid, that's the dip. You buy the fear. In a bull market, you buy the fear. When the people are afraid that we're going down, that's a good time to buy the dip. Yeah. And a good time to take profit is when people are euphoric about going up, when they're feeling like, oh, I'm rich, I'm making millions, that's a good time to take profit. So it's reverse psychology of the market. Okay. And you can't be greedy in that kind of approach. I think that's going to be the safest approach for most people. I don't think it's a good idea to trade unless you're just learning, and then you just have to use a very small account and just trade, just practice. And it's all about practicing. And the most important thing is risk management. Even with a small account, if you can do it correctly with a small account, you can do it correctly with a big account. If you can't do it correctly with a small account, you can't do it correctly with a big account. You have to learn the correct methodology with a small account first, so that when your account grows, you won't make mistakes with a big account, because you would have learned the correct way. You would have the correct habits for taking trades and risk management with a small account. Otherwise, you're gambling. Yeah. Otherwise, you're just gambling. Yeah. And most people in a bull market will make money, and most people will lose money because they're just gambling. In a bull market, it's easy to make money because the price goes up. But lo and behold, one time in the future, the price is going to crash, and then people will not know why. And then in that moment, in that one last final moment, what will happen is that in that last one final moment, what will happen is, after they've made a lot of gains, they'll be like, okay, now I'm going to leverage, okay, and take this to the moon. And that's when they lose their money. It happens a lot. Yeah. People are making good money on spot. They're buying and selling. They've made a lot of money. And then that last moment, they suddenly get it in their head, okay, now I'm going to leverage. Now I'm going to go 10x or 100x, because this is it. This is the final moment of glory. And they lose everything. And actually, That has happened to someone that I know. It's happened to me too. So I know it can happen. FE for Life is asking me to have a look at XRP on the 5-minute time frame. Why not? The first challenge is finding it in my infinite array of shit coins. I've got the BTC one here. Where's the XR? Ah, there it is. Get rid of this shit. Okay, what do you want me to see? I mean, I can't really tell anything on the 5-minute, to be honest with you. Are you feeling bearish? So you've got this trend line that we've lost. You can clearly see it. Yeah. And the price is trying to get back above the line. Let me just draw it properly. Can't draw it properly. Maybe we're on top of it. Yeah, we're back above it now. See? We're kind of holding this trend line. You see that? This yellow line marks the line. So it's looking quite good. Look, impulse, back test, impulse. It's like a little consolidation pattern here. Maybe for another impulse. Okay, looks okay. It's kind of, we come back into support. We've taken the liquidity from these lows. See that? Clear the liquidity there. Back up into the top of the range. Yeah, it looks okay. I'm not quite sure what you want XRP to do, because it's still the other thing that's good about XRP is this low. You see this low is held as support. You could say that that's the SR flip. So actually that was a really good place to buy. It wicked all the way down to here, which is normal in crypto, to kind of go down, invalidate everyone, and then come back up. That. Looks like it's holding this trend liner. It doesn't mean that the price can't do this one more time. Yeah, sometimes these higher time frame trend lines take time to play out, and as you can see, it looks really different on different time frames. It's really annoying. See, on a 3-day chart it looks different. You almost have to zoom in on the time frames to map it correctly. Maybe 12 hours, probably the right one. Yeah. As long as we're back above this pivot, I think it's good. That's kind of what you want to see. A bunch of failures to go lower. That's holding support. And now what you're probably thinking of is to come right back up to there. Probably quite quickly, because it moved down quite quickly. Yeah, so it's not bad, huh? Oh, bearish divergence. I'll have a look on the 5-minute time frame. Yeah, there's a little bit, tiny bit. There's also bullish divergence. It's kind of, you have a little bit, it's quite indecisive right now. There's a little bit of bearish divergence, slightly higher high, slightly lower low. But overall, this range, it's like the MACD is going down, the kind of range is going sideways. So that's the whole, this whole mini range is quite slightly bullish. But you can't really, you kind of go zoom out and look at the higher time frames and see what the higher time frame is saying. So looking at this higher time frame, let's look at these two pivots, for example. Yeah, there's no divergences here. The price is following the indicator. It's just, yeah, there's no divergences at all, neither bearish or bullish. You see, look, I'll show you. This goes up, comes down. This goes up, comes down. It's just kind of following, they're kind of following each other. We made a lower low here, we made a lower low here. Right now, the price is just, and the indicators are just following each other. There's no divergences at all. You kind of want to see a token with bullish divergence right now. It'd be a lot more bullish with that kind of token, because you can see, you'll see absorption. There was no real absorption here, which is why it came down so far. The good thing about this token is it took this pivot. So based on this pivot, you could argue that there is absorption. So let me have a look. You'd have to go to a much higher time frame. Not really, that's the problem. There's no, I can't see it. I can't see crazy absorption in XRP. I think XRP is just generally going to struggle because it's quite a high market cap token. And right now, because Bitcoin is showing strength, there's a lot of other good tokens where you can make a lot of money. Yeah. So I know you're quite bullish on this, but honestly, unless ETH moves, I don't really see XRP moving. Or unless something really crazy happens, like, I don't know, something in the real news, right? I'm not crazy bullish on this, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing increases in volume. We're in a multi-year consolidation range. There's no reason why this is going to break out anytime soon. Possibly this will continue in this mini range all the way up to the end of this year. You see where I've got this, the crux here. And if people start speculating on other coins, they might think, well, look, let me just sell my XRP and buy other coins. If you suddenly get that kind of behavior, you might get a little bit of a drop. Yeah, if people see that, then it's going to get really a little bit ugly for a bit. Yeah, so just be aware of that. Right now we're holding that SR flip. I think if you were to lose that and back test it as support, resistance, that would be considered. See, right now we're holding it, but for all intents purposes, you could argue this is consolidation above support, which is bearish. The longer this consolidates here, the more bearish it becomes, and eventually you'll get another move down. Okay. Right now, what you want to see is as Bitcoin goes up, you want to see this move up with Bitcoin. If it doesn't do that, you may just be coming up to make a lower high and then it will go down. Right. So just bear that in mind. And you have a nice like kind of neckline idea here as well. And so you may actually be looking to create a lower high here and continue some kind of bearish market structure. It looks like it's a little bit bearish, to be honest with you. Lower low here, lower low here. Look at that. Higher high, low low, lower high. Lower high is there as well, huh? That's a lower high. But actually this is the lower low. So we're in XRP is in the bearish daily time frame market structure. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. People making lower lows and lower highs. You've got to be very careful. Yeah. Well, you're just trading the news then. You're not really trading the technicals. But up till the April the 22nd, that's in a few days time. Yeah, maybe it holds. Maybe it holds. There'll be a little pump. That would be a good time to take profit and see. I think the real test is going to be whether the price can get above this this level here. That would be a good time to exit. That's the 50% mark on the range. That's assuming you can get above the 382. Yeah. Maybe with the case news, it will just go up, and then that would be a good place to exit. Because, like, honestly, why would you bother with a token that's making bearish market structure? Just forget about it. When you're in a bull market, you shouldn't be in a token with bearish market structure. That's just madness. Yeah, go and put all your value in your XRP hospital hotel. This is looking good. Just buy this. Fuck XRP. Who cares about that? Buy this. This is better. You're bullish on this anyway. It's low market cap. It's, you know, this is bullish market structure, not bearish. Why would you be in a token with bearish market structure? Look at all these coins that have gone up green, and look, SRP is still down red. Why would you be in that token? That makes no sense. Like, you're being too emotional about this, in my opinion. Be a little bit less emotional, be a little bit ruthless, and say, look, why am I in this crap token? There's so many good tokens that are going to pump hard, 10 times more than XRP. You're holding on for dear life. Look, TRVL. I've been talking about TRVL for days, for weeks. It's up at 6.6 cents. If you were to put your XRP value into TRVL, you'd be up 10% by now. I really don't. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but honestly, you're being a little bit you're loving your bag a bit too much, I think. I don't want to correct you, but I get that vibe that you're in love with XRP. Technically, it's on a daily time frame bearish market structure. That's the only thing that matters, is market structure. Yeah. If you just focus on the tokens with bullish market structure, or at the very least, the tokens that are brand new and haven't moved yet, like Slurf. Yeah. Slurf is probably, if Bitcoin goes up, it's probably going to start pumping like crazy. And if XRP is lagging, oh yeah, 30 cents, nice. Well done. That's good. Well, I think XRP is a bad bet, honestly. Like, I think the best advice that I would give to anyone is just forget about it. Just avoid XRP. And it's just overhyped. It's too well known, and that's the problem. It's already moved. It's already high market cap. That's really the problem. And even if it moves, how much can it move in terms of market cap? Like, realistically, let's just be realistic. It's a 27 billion market cap. The only good thing about it is the trading volume. Okay. But realistically, how far can it go? I think you're hoping for it to go to the highs of $3. Yeah. From the current price, whatever it is now, 50 cents to $3, you're only looking at 6x. Yeah. But you're only looking at a maximum of 6x. Maximum of 6x. There's no way that people, because the thing about XRP is a lot of value in XRP. You've got quite a large trading volume, so you've got a lot of whales in this, and whales aren't greedy. If someone has about $1 billion worth of value, they're okay with a 2x. They're not thinking like the rest of us. Yeah, when you're like small me and you have a few $1,000s or a few tens of $1,000s of value, you can put that money in an altcoin and it's liquid enough to extract multiple x. Yeah, but when you're a whale and you have $1 billion of value, you don't care about multiple x's. You only really care about 2 or 3x. Like whales, that's why whales are in XRP, because it's got quite good trading volume. And if XRP does go up to $1 or $1.50, they will take their profit and they'll have a happy bull market. Like for them, that's all that really matters. That's why whales don't bother with shit tokens and small tokens. They only care about the bigger ones because they need the liquidity, they need the exit liquidity at the end of the run, and you're just not going to get that on the small tokens. Like if a whale comes and buys Slurf is a good one because it's quite highly liquid, but if a whale comes and buys TRVL, not only will they push the price up too much, they won't be able to exit their liquidity. So when it comes to XRP, you're thinking high numbers, but it's just not logical. It just doesn't make any sense, because these whales will take profit. Yeah, and effectively they'll be selling to the rush of retail calling for XRP going up. Basically, retail are XRP's exit liquidity. The hype around XRP makes me just stay away from it like a mile. So I mean, even if you're looking for a 12x is not much. 12x is not much. I think if you're aiming for 12x, then your 12x is underperforming the market. I think you should be aiming for 100x or more. Like, I'm not really interested in 12x. Yeah. Not interested in 12x. I don't think any one of us should be interested in 12x. We should be aiming for higher. Shouldn't we? All right. Everything's looking bullish. I don't really have anything to say apart from thank God. Thank God. Look at my USDT pattern. It completed and it's back underneath the value area high. See that? That's quite nice to see. A little completed pattern. The total crypto market cap has back tested this pivot and held. So we're back above this previous pivot here. That's looking quite healthy. Let's see Pax Gold. Hopefully Pax Gold is bleeding. Yep, look at that. On the daily time frame, a massive rejection. Swing failure on Pax Gold against Bitcoin. That's a swing failure pattern of these highs. See that? One more high, one more swing failure, and right back down. So the next, it looks like some sort of head and shoulders pattern breakout. I think once we get a breakdown, that's going to be extremely bullish for Bitcoin. Once we get a breakdown of the neckline, we have to keep an eye on that. Slurf is pumping. We'll buy some more, huh? We're back into the daily level. Hopefully everyone's portfolio should be green. Finally, I'm making money on Slurf. Plus, I use a ledger AMM liquidity pools. Okay. Well, anyway, it's all subjective. You know, you should do you. It's not a big deal. It doesn't make sense to me, but it's fine. What else is interesting? Let me have a look at this coin. Okay, that's doing shit. That might be over. This correction might be over. I think the correction's over. Craig, welcome. Happy Friday. Your TRVL is green anywhere above 4 cents. Well, I mean, Craig, I was trying to, like, I'm trying to get everyone to start using bots for buying and selling a small amount of TRVL. So I know you've got some TRVL. I don't know if you've got gates. I don't know if you can do it on other exchanges. I think you can. But what I've created is this on a very small amount. I've created a bot to rebalance. Oh shit, where is it? To rebalance only a small amount. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create volume for trading on TRVL, yeah? And I'm basically rebalancing between these tokens, not USDT, but Cube, Quanks, and VAI, and TRVL. Just a small amount. And I think what would be cool is if everyone did that and had like some kind of bot, then we could create more volume on TRVL. That's kind of what I'm hoping that we can do. And I'm just going to keep a track of this and see. Look here, look. Buy Cube, buy Vi, sell TRVL, sell Kanks. See that? So it's just trying to keep it all in balance. And see how that goes, just on a small amount. Yeah, I'm not talking about they're very like illiquid markets, just on a very small amount, and just kind of creating market liquidity for these markets that I'm interested in. And it's not a big deal, like in the scale of things, you're just creating liquidity for TRVL, which is what we want to do, because if we can increase the volume on TRVL, then I'm quite confident that we can get a Binance listing. All right, and they look at volume. All right. So if you can do that, that would be a really good idea. And if I can get everyone interested in doing that, like a rebalancing bot would be the best one, and just use I'm using basically about $800 over about $3,400 on 4 different coins, like really small amounts. Right. You could also do it between TRVL and Bitcoin as well. That would, with TRVL and Bitcoin, it would be better to create a grid bot, but you wouldn't be a market maker then. You'd be you would be a market maker. You would be a market maker. You'd be creating liquidity for the market, but you wouldn't be moving the price. A grid bot on TRVL against Bitcoin would be better. Like, if I haven't done it yet, I should have really, but if you look at the way the price is moving, look, it's just up and down, 29% up and down, look, 100% up and down. It's really good it wouldn't be a bad idea for people to create grid bots with a small amount, and on a small amount they'll just be on the variation in value, they'll just be grinding value, yeah, just as the market goes forward. It's just like, it'd be like staking basically. It'd probably be more lucrative than staking, and then we'd be creating liquidity for the market too, which is helpful. I think everyone needs to do that on TRVL. If we all did that, then we can really take it to the moon. So Cube is just consolidating. Yeah, this is a consolidation. I mean, Cube is a gamble, really. Like, it's a very low volume token. What they need to do, like, I looked at their app, I downloaded it and I checked out their app. It looks good, but I think what needs to happen with Cube is Cardano needs to really push it. Until they do, I think this is going to kind of be a little bit static, because the problem with Cube is the lack of volume. So you had quite a lot of volume here, but generally speaking, the only way to go up is an increase in volume. So I don't know how they're going to do that. That's my only concern about Cube. Like we literally bought at the right time, right place, but we're going to still need market volume to take us up. It'd be nice if we could get up to the top, be rich. To get to the top, how much would that be? 172x. Let's see how much that is. Based on my that's good, huh? I bought like a million cube at the lows. If it goes up 172x, that's $1 million. That would be funny, huh? Just bought a million cube here. No, this is, it looks like a rug pull, but it's not. Yeah. Do you know how I know? Because a rug pull, you'd have, because firstly it launched at a really bad time. You see, it launched at July 22. So basically it launched just before the worst part of the bear market. So they launched at a really bad time. So even though it looks like a rug pull, it's just a really bad timing with how they launched. And then secondly, you see the volume is low. Yeah. So if it was a rug pull, you'd have like a big volume to the downside, because you'd have like, they'd be taking their money. Yeah. And then the other thing that I see, which is actually good, is you see this volume here. This is this volume here. You think it's selling, but actually it's buying. It's like they're holding the price. They're buying back in. So they're just holding the price up. And then the rest is just, this whole thing is an accumulation range. No, it's not a rug pull. It's just it's just a really bad time to launch. And all we're seeing now is a very long extended accumulation period on a token that's literally gone underneath the radar. And what's happening is, what you're experiencing is the momentum is just waning. You just need the momentum to fade. Yeah. So when I look at these kind of moving averages, see on the weekly time frame, look, the 50 moving average is kind of slightly down, but it's kind of flat. Yeah. And obviously you see the 3-day moving averages, they're kind of flattening out. The daily, look, it's quite flat. That's kind of like, there's no more downward momentum. And so all that you're experiencing right now is accumulation. This is this accumulation period. The longer it goes, the more bullish this becomes. And so I don't care if this goes on all the way until December. Yeah. The longer this goes, the more bullish this becomes. And then eventually what you'll see is a breakout. And because it's only a low market cap token, it's like 1 million market cap. You'll probably go up really fast. We'll probably go up really fast, and we'll probably head to high numbers really quickly. You'll get that kind of price action. Yeah, maybe not in a straight line, because I think there'll be a little bit of resistance in the way. Obviously the value area high is offering a little bit of resistance here, and then obviously you could do your fib extensions, fib retracements. You can see like the fib levels are hot, they're offering resistance, like the 236 is offering resistance. So it's not going to go up in a straight line. That's already, even to the first level of resistance, it's not very far up. It's only 1.5x up. So probably, I think, because it's a low liquid market cap token, if we just range here for a while, we could probably just go up really fast. Maybe the biggest resistance is going to be right up there at about 786, probably because that's a level, you see, is a weekly level there that corresponds to that fib. The launch price as well, possibly, like these are the two areas of resistance, and then the first one to beat is this one, I think, because you can see that there's resistance here. So once it starts moving, I think this is going to move quite fast. Yeah, well, it could be, yeah, but I mean, I think XRPH, yeah, I mean, I need to buy some, huh? Oh God, look at that. Oh no, that's the weekly. There's a big difference between KubeCoin and XRPH. I think XRPH, this looks bullish. Launch, accumulation, markup. Looks all right. All right, let me have a look at some other things, just for the sake of interest. Let me just have a look at all these shit coins. Atom is struggling, huh? Atom, last bull market, Atom was really bullish. And now it's like really struggling. Atom has lost this major higher time frame support line. And this is the problem with these historic coins, which have already moved. Now in the market, there's so much competition. There's so much competition that people are losing interest in these old coins. Yeah. So Atom lost this major support level. There was a trade to be had, but it was easily invalidated. And look at it now, like just lost support. And so anyone who's interested in Atom, realistically, as far as I can see, you'd have to get back above the point of control. That would be the first kind of sign of strength to look for. AVAX. Yeah, AVAX is looking good. Correction just could be complete soon. Well, now. Whiff looks good if anyone's interested. Bounced off the point of control, held the point of control. XRP. This just keeps on pumping. Prop Y. This looks good. Ondo looks okay. Just kind of consolidating above this previous high. It's kind of where we are. Don't really know. I think Audi was having a bit of a Wyckoff distribution. It's hard to know, but it looks a little bit Wyckoff distribution-y. This could probably make one more attempt to go up, and then we have to see what happens. You could get like a distribution pattern here. People leave when they realize they hold shitty projects with no fundamentals or use cases. See, Arrow had a little bit of a pullback. As it lost the range, it kind of almost came into my level of interest, the point of control. It's still looking crazy bullish, to be honest with you. Effectively, with Arrow Drone, this whole thing is the range. OP's at a good price, huh? Like $2.2. It's just trying to make a higher low here for another move up. That's kind of, OP is quite a slow moving token, but you can see it's making higher highs, higher lows. So the trend is up. If you look at that, higher low, higher. It has done that before though. You see, look, the problem with OP, it's quite a slow moving token on the higher time frame. Yeah, because if you look at the weekly time frame, just delete these brushes. High low, higher low, higher low. The problem is this: you've just made a higher low there, and you've just made a lower low because you made a higher high, and this is the problem with OP. So you just made a lower low. Right now, OP needs to make a higher high, otherwise it will be a lower high, and it will start trending down. So this is a real test for optimism to see whether optimism can actually reverse its fate to make a higher high. So right now it's just made a lower low on the weekly time frame. This may take some time to play out. The good thing about it is you're back into that price, and that's holding support. There's a little SR flip going on with OP right now. This is higher time frame, so that's actually quite good to see. It's a good time to buy. If it holds here and Bitcoin starts moving, you could kind of start, it could start going up, and then you have to see if it has the strength to take out that high. And if that happens, then actually that wasn't the higher low there. This becomes the higher low. If we can take out that high, then this will become the higher low. And this is a little bit of just a correction. That was just like a extended flat correction before we actually move to the next level effectively. So it's actually a really good place to buy now, OP, if anyone's interested. It's better to be an OP than XRP. I knew you didn't want me to say that, but OP is looking better than XRP. ARB is looking okay. Again, it's just trying to make a higher low. The great thing about Arbitrum is that if you see when it launched, we're kind of basically back at that same level. I think Arbitrum the thing about Optimism and Arbitrum, they're going to move with ETH. That's what's going to happen. So when ETH finally moves, you're going to see Arbitrum, Optimism, Matic, they're all going to move. They're Optimism is a layer 2, Arbitrum layer 2, Base hasn't got a token yet, that's a layer 2, Matic layer 2s, they're all ETH layer 2s. So you know, look at Arbitrum. It's just kind of in a higher time frame consolidation range. You're buying, if you were to buy it now, you're buying it at the point of control. It's a really good place to buy it. We're holding a higher low. We made a higher high. This will probably kind of hold support here and make another high. Again, the same kind of behavior. These ones follow ETH. Yeah. So when the ETH finds its courage, these are going to follow ETH. Can't remember what this is. Again, it's look at this token is back into the point of control. This is a good place to buy. There's a lot of good buy opportunities now because you have a lot of tokens coming back into these higher time frame consolidation ranges back at the point of control. I don't even know this token, to be honest with you, but it looks quite good right now. You can buy it at the point of control. It's in an accumulation range. What's this shirt coin? That's that stupid football token, whatever it was. Rubbish. Atom looks weak. Pepe is actually coming back into the previous all-time high. That's an SR flip. If it holds here, then Pepe will probably make another move to the upside. What's this rubbish? Don't know. Blue Arctic, what is that shit? Let's get rid of it. Luna. Oh, forget Luna. No one cares about Luna. Kermit the Frog. What can I say? I mean, there is something to be said about this shitcoin. It's taken the liquidity from the lows. It's holding these lows. It could be a good buy. Kermit. Let me have a look at it. Market cap 470,000. Oh, it's already pumped a little bit, huh? I hate it when these tokens pump. It's a Solana shitcoin, huh? It's got quite good volume. It launched quite lower. It launched, so it's only guys, it's only a 2x from launch right now. It's at a good price, and it's a really low market cap token. 470. No, it's quite high. No, 470,000. That's quite low, isn't it? Worth a gamble, no? This one. This is a gamble. This is literally a gamble. It's on Mex, Radium, and Bitmark. It's I don't know. Let's see. Could do a 12x just to get to 5. How high did it get? Just to get to there, it's a 12x. 0.0012. Let's have a look. You could do like a 30x just to get to the high. David is saying BTC is moving up a bit. Get rid of this shit. Wow, look at that volume that came in. That's good to see. Someone's just market bought that. Yeah, that's a market buy. Let me go to XO charts to see what it looks like. Yeah, look, see that? Oh god, what am I do? You see that volume that came in? 1.5 increasing OI, 1.9 increasing OI, and you had a market close there. So it was a buy followed by a close effectively. So you had a lot of, it was like a buy followed by a close. So whoever got the shorts got liquidated. Not really a liquidation. It's more like a, yeah, they see that it's bullish. So they just close their shorts. I'm not quite sure why anyone is shorting right now, but okay, whatever. Yeah, that's quite interesting. All right. Brother, don't get caught up in the FOMO. ETHgate is a real thing, and you'll have ETHgate is last one. Dude, I don't get caught up in any of that FOMO. I just look at the charts. I only care about the charts. If the charts are bullish, I'm bullish, and if the charts are bearish, I'm bearish. I literally don't care about anything else. All I care about is the bullishness. Oh, Slurf is moving nicely. Look at that. So I bought at the range point of control. It's pulling back a little bit. Probably come back to backtest that daily level. Of all the altcoins that I bought today, Slurf is the best performing one. Literally. Crazy. I bought Mavia, I bought Alt, I bought Beam, Tia, ARC, WLD, ORD, SUI. It's lots of shit coins, and Slurf is the best one right now. I even bought some Matic. The charts don't react to news that hasn't dropped yet or been confirmed. Okay, so first and foremost, everything reacts to Bitcoin. Okay. And then secondly, if you think about, this is what I was explaining earlier on, Bitcoin is a fascinating thing because it's a reflection of human psychology, which is basically buying and selling, yeah, fear and greed. So the fear and greed of everyone who participates in the markets is reflected in these charts. Fear, greed, buying, which reflects into buying and selling. So there's a direct connection between human behavior and what you see in the charts. So, you know, if the charts are showing signs of bullishness, it means that people are buying. So there's a reflection. There's a reflection of confidence in the world, in the markets, in their finances, in the time of period. You know, there's a lot of things. So I don't know, when you're talking about news and pricing and all this kind of stuff, I don't think it's easy to kind of preempt the price based on that news is priced in, this is this, this is that. I think it's just, you just have to look at it as it is now and see what it's saying now, yeah, and then contemplate the upside and contemplate the downside, and then have a plan for both. And anything can happen. If there was suddenly, like I said, if there was suddenly an alien invasion, it's not priced in, it's just going to go down. I think all of that is just, honestly, I don't think anyone really cares about of what's happening in the news when it comes to that. I think that's all of that is an excuse that people use to justify bad decisions. Fundamentally, what's happening is buying and selling, and right now what's happening to ETH is Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin is in the spotlight, and naturally anyone who has ETH is selling into Bitcoin because Bitcoin's in the spotlight, because Bitcoin's halving is tonight, and people historically, every time Bitcoin has run, ETH has bled into Bitcoin. That's all that's really happening. I think all of that news stuff is a little bit of a red herring. And actually, what's going to happen, look, I've got Bitcoin dominance coming into resistance. That's got nothing to do with the news. Absolutely got nothing to do with the news. There's going to be a reaction, and then ETH is going to start, some of the value of Bitcoin is going to go back into ETH. I'm just, honestly, I think the charts tell me everything I need to know. By the end of this month, if this comes up into the X that I have here, then we're going to see a pullback on Bitcoin dominance, and that's going to reflect in all of the altcoins, and especially in ETH. It's got nothing to do with the SEC. Yeah, and then what will happen is you'll get this news item at the end of the month, which will be bullish for ETH, maybe from the SEC, and everyone will say, oh yeah, I knew it was the SEC. Yeah, but actually it wasn't the SEC, it was the charts. The charts are reflecting everything. I don't think it's screwed. I think it's coming back into support. I just don't see it the way you see it. I'm sorry. Just coming back into support. Yeah. Like everything else is coming back into support. And if it finds support, it will go up with Bitcoin. I honestly don't see what you see. I'd like to have more data, which we don't. Maybe this one, US dollar. It's just bleeding, but I mean, it's just normal. A lot of tokens are also bleeding. Yeah, I'm not interested, sorry. We can agree to disagree. I'm really not interested in the news. I'm only interested in the charts. We can't have this conversation for the rest of forever. So let's just agree to disagree. I'm really not interested in the news. The charts don't lie because the charts reflect the news. It's human sentiment, human behavior. People buying and selling reflects everything. And if there's something in the news that causes people to buy and sell, then you'll see it in the charts. And that's all that matters. All right. I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break. And I'm going to probably have a little bit of lunch. What time is it now? It's almost 1. Bitcoin is still ranging. It's not breaking out to the upside. I don't know if you guys noticed that. There was a little bit of a pullback. This is called a pull high. Yeah. It's easy to tell because instead of you're not having a swing failure. You're having a close above the high and then the price comes back down. So even though it looks bearish, this is actually quite bullish to see, because what will happen now, the price might consolidate, but it will go back up to clean that high up. And then we have to see how much liquidity is in this red candle that's been formed. So to see these kind of candles forming in this range is actually quite bullish, because this is a poor high. All right. So I wouldn't get bearish on this. If you saw a swing failure with short center, then that would be quite bearish. Maybe then we'd be going down. But this is actually quite bullish. To see a close above this level, it looks like a swing failure, but it's not really. Yeah, you might look at the 1 hour and go, wait, that's a swing failure. Okay, but actually when you look at the lower time frames, you're actually seeing it's not really a swing failure. It's just a little bit of a poor high that's been put in. And what usually happens when you have these kind of poor highs in a range, the price will go back up to test that high one more time to see how much liquidity is at that high. And so naturally what happens is that when you get these like red candles form like this, and now you have a little bit of a 15-minute sell order block in this range. And so naturally when people are longing, because you'll get people longing this range, they'll have quite wide invalidations, maybe underneath this level here, they'll have a little bit of an invalidation down there, and they'll just be longing every dip. And what they'll do is they'll put their sell order to take profit like right there. Okay. And so they'll just be longing. That's what people do. And then the price will go up there and that'll be their take profit. And then you'll see how much resistance there there is in that order block to see if there's a new high or to see if there's a lower high, and then you can see. But that's a little bit of a poor high forming there, so I'm not phased by that high at all. It looks quite bullish to me, or it doesn't really look bearish. It might look bearish if you look at different time frames, but actually looking at all the time frames, what time is it now? The hour candle closes in 2 minutes. You see it's a green candle. It's taken the high and it's still closed green. It doesn't mean it can't be red and we can't kind of slowly work our way down, but it's not that bearish. It looks quite bullish to me. Okay, it is possible to swing failure short that, but it's going to be very difficult because there's not much ROI in that kind of short. The range is quite tight and there isn't really good risk to reward in that kind of short. All right, guys, what's for lunch? I don't even know. Are there many people viewing? I haven't really been paying attention. It says 9 here. How do I find out the real number? Let me have a look. See if I can figure this out. Yeah, it doesn't really tell you. It says 8 watching on the live. On my thing it says 9. It's not bad. I'm not like here trying to I don't really care about who watches, but it's fun. It's fun to see increasing numbers. I want to take TRVL to the moon. And that's really the hashtag, isn't it? It's like, this is the hashtag. TRVL, travel to the moon. That's the hashtag. All right. I think we should see another pullback. Like, it can't just go up like that. We're going to need to get people a little bit bearish before we go up. Oh my God. Got lots of drawing here. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's wave 1. A, B, C, A, B, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. Back above that level. What the hell's that? Cardano's coming into this really important level here. It's like an SR flip on this pivot. Looks like it's holding. See that? It's kind of come into it on that week. This one looks like it's trying to hold. Get rid of these stupid things. Yeah. If that holds, then next week you could see a nice buy up with a green candle. That would be a nice reversal pattern into a major SR flip. That was the pivot. That was the test, and this is the second test. Be good to see what happens. honestly, I really don't care. I don't care about what's better. I literally don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about any of these tokens. All I care about is the charts. Like literally, you're getting too tied to your tokens. Let me tell you something. At the end of this bull market, sell all of them. Don't get attached to your tokens. That's the best advice I'll give you. And the hardest thing to do is to time the end. It's going to be really difficult. So the best strategy is scale out of euphoria and don't get attached to your tokens. Don't care about which is better, which is worse. Have a diversified portfolio and rebalance your portfolio regularly and always take profit and have fiat and reserve for the dips. And don't really care about getting too emotional about your tokens. Okay. That's the best advice that anyone can give you. And maybe you're not going to hear that anywhere else. Okay, maybe you will. I'm very interested in altcoins. A lot of people aren't. I'm interested in altcoins because that's where the money's made in a bull market. But no one really knows what's going to do well or not. So it's best to have a little bit of a diversification of your portfolio. I think ADA could be one of those. You know, who knows? No one can predict the future. I'm looking at ADA. And I have it going up to $7, right? It's just following this channel. It's done its first 5 waves. We've had a correction, and I have another 5 waves going up to higher numbers. No, possibly more actually. I don't know. No, that's further in the future, and we'll see what happens. One thing I know is that the market moves in cycles, and in the future, regardless of whether Grayscale or whatever they're called, Greystone or whoever knows, whatever they're called, Michael Saylor dropped it for whatever, in the future it will probably move just like everything else. There'll be a market rotation of value. It's not looking strong right now, but it is back testing a key area, just like most tokens are. They're back testing key areas. If the support holds, it'll probably move. It's not a really big deal, you know. I honestly don't give a shit about any of these tokens. Yeah, I care about TRVL simply because I want to take down Airbnb. I feel like that's a real higher cause, but still, it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna, in euphoria, it doesn't mean I'm not going to take profit and sell into that. Yeah, because that would be stupid, wouldn't it? I would, everyone should be selling into euphoria, and then we can defend the value of TRVL in the bear market. Yeah, that's the game. That's the game that we're playing. We're playing that game. Yeah, you accumulate in the bear market, you sell in the euphoria, and then you wait for the bear market low of the next bear market and you start accumulating again. And as long as the project is sound, then we can have another bull market and have another 5 waves to the upside. And a project like TRVL absolutely has the potential to take down Airbnb. Absolutely. Just watch my videos. I've got a lot of videos. I'll show you. I've been making videos on this all along. This is I've got a playlist just on TRVL. Look, been doing it since December now. The ones that are dark green are just price action. The ones that are light green are more about business, the real world. So here's one: how Dtravel has transformed my real world business and why I'm so bullish on TRVL. This is actually a cut from an older video, but I cut it and I reposted it 3 weeks ago. You can have a look at that. This is the tokenomics. It's quite interesting. Why so bullish? An easy explanation of the fundamentals. This is me going over the night token. It's quite time consuming. I'm looking at this stuff for the first time, most of it. But probably the one that you probably want to watch is this one. This one. Let me just put a link in for you. And just focus on the business, yeah? So when I got involved, have a look at that one. It's a bit old now. It's January. Maybe this one as well. This was a month ago. I can't remember what I said. Have a look at their website. Yeah. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. There's a lot of information there. This is their new app that they're launching soon. This is all this isn't public yet. This is new. You know? Dubai. So all of these properties are peer-to-peer. That's the deal. They're direct bookings, peer-to-peer. There's no Airbnb involved. So if I book this exquisite one-bedroom marina view, yeah, if I go to their website which they've created on Dtravel for free, so it's kind of like a Shopify but for Airbnb without a third party. And if I book this apartment now in June for as many guests as I need, I can pay in crypto or credit card or Google Pay. The transaction in crypto is on the blockchain. If I pay by credit card or Google Pay, the transaction is fiat, but the reservation is recorded and registered on the blockchain, and that's really important. So all of the information is put on the blockchain. The crypto is a smart contract on the blockchain, so it's a peer-to-peer transaction. This is, and also it's insured by Superhog if there's any problems, if there's any issues, and liability as well. So this is peer-to-peer. There's no if I book this now, these people don't pay Airbnb 15% plus tax, or booking.com is more. It's like 25 or something percent plus tax. So it's just like Bitcoin was peer-to-peer. You know, Bitcoin came out, it's peer-to-peer transactions. People didn't quite understand it. It was kind of getting rid of the intermediary, getting rid of the banks, storing your own value, doing your own transactions with people. This is the same thing. It's peer-to-peer, but it's vacation rentals, holidays. Yeah, it's already done. It's done. It's on the everything's on chain now. Go and have a look. It's called the Night Protocol. You can read the light paper. It's all live. The night. It's on Matic. It's on Polygon. So all of the data is on Polygon, and what they're doing is they're standardizing the protocol. It's a Web3 protocol, and what they're trying to do is create a new open source protocol where in the future, when these legacy Web2 businesses will use our contract. So they're creating a standardized contract for vacation rentals, and in the future OTAs, online travel agencies and channel managers, etc., will be using ours, and the currency for that, the utility for that, will be TRVL. That's just one aspect of the value of TRVL. You also have to have a look at the tokenomics as well. And then the other thing is that right now, every transaction that's made, there's a 3% fee and Dtravel using that 3% fee to buy back TRVL as a buyback. So as this network grows, TRVL is just going to explode, because all of the value that's coming through real world transactions and vacation rental bookings is being used to buy back TRVL. And I've shown this before. If I go back to my information, my login, my private login, yeah, this is me. This is my back end. I'll show it to you because you said you don't watch the stuff. That's fine. I'll just show it to you now. I'm going to go and get lunch. I've had 18 bookings on my properties, and I've had this sum of value that's come to me. And this thing isn't even live yet. I mean, it's live, but it's not like no one even knows about it. So they're just getting going. They've just got started. I was on the alpha program. I was on the beta program. And my property was the first Dtravel. I explained this in that video. First smart. It was done here. Look, 4th of August. Dtravel completes the first smart contract vacation rental. See on CoinDesk or Crypto Times. That was me. See that? A customer booked a $2,000 USDC stay at a property in London. See that? Through a property owner who listed his home through the BNB chain. It's not BNB chain, it's a chain agnostic. Dtravel's first smart contract based booking comes after whatever. All right. So, and what's interesting about this this project is that we've also got an AI search engine that's being built, which is going to be integrated into, when it's finally completed, it's going to be integrated in the search engine, and more. There's a lot of things coming. So, I mean, do your own research. I've been telling people about this since 2 cents, 2.5 cents, since December, the beginning of December, when it was 2.3 cents. I've been making videos about TRVL, and I'm expecting higher prices. I think we'll get to the all-time high, which is a 1.56. I don't see any reason why we don't. And then if we get an extended price, I'm aiming for about somewhere between $4.50 to $5. And if we can get crazy retail euphoria at the peak of alt season, then maybe higher. Like, no one knows exactly how high anything can go, but we'll see what happens. But I mean, yeah, do your own diligence, do your own research. I'm not telling you to buy. I'm telling you to do your own research. Don't miss this one out. Yeah, and it's the price. Look at the price; it's still cheap. When you look at this higher time frame. Hi Dan, how's it going? When you look at this higher time frame range structure that's been forming. Let me just get rid of this accumulation schematic. Look what's happened. This is a monthly time frame chart. Again, you might say to me, it looks like a rug pull. It is not. It doesn't look like a rug pull to me. You've got really nice monthly time frame structure being formed, and what we're forming is a bottoming pattern. To be honest with you, even though it does look like an Adam and Eve on the monthly time frame, even though we kind of came down a little bit. And what's interesting is this month we've come back down to back test the value area high as support at 5.5 cents. So this looks like on the monthly time frame like a hold, a back test of support. When you get like higher time frame back test of support, that's extremely bullish. You know, that's really bullish to see that. Maybe we can get a little bit of an explosive. Hope so. I mean, I don't know. Another explosive month. That would be nice to see. I'm trying to sell a property to buy more TRVL, and the trade hasn't gone through yet. And it's really frustrating me because literally fat thing I buy this token. As if I don't have enough, I would buy more. Well, I mean, you should be. it's just I'm not, there's no joke. All right, guys, I'm gonna, I've been on for a while. I'm gonna go and get some lunch. Do you want me to come back? I mean, there's nothing really to say. Look, it looks bullish. Maybe the point of control is a good place to hedge or take profit if anyone's interested. But if this is the bottom, which I think it is, because we've made a triple bottom effectively, that's what's happened. So anyone who hasn't joined us earlier, let me just summarize so you don't have to watch it again. I'll tell you what's going on. It looks like we've made a triple bottom. It's quite a powerful bottoming pattern. Let me just get a little diagram. I used another image before. I'll use another one now. This is like a completely different image. You can just go and Google it. So the idea of a triple bottom is 3 attempts at the low. What's interesting is we've taken the liquidity each time. So I say this a lot, 3 times lucky. Like usually when you're doing SFPs, it usually is the 3rd time. We were in a trade here. Most people should have taken profit. I got stopped out. I re-entered. It's not a big deal. It happens a lot. I obviously didn't catch low because I was asleep. It was like at 4 a.m. That's fine. It's not a big deal because I could see what was happening. So after I joined it, saw it, I still entered. It's not a big deal. But what's happened is we've had a little bit of a triple bottom, which is a really strong, powerful bottoming pattern. I have been telling everyone that we're forming a bottoming pattern here for the last week. It's very hard to catch the absolute low, but I knew that we were forming some kind of bottoming pattern here. I wasn't bearish really at all, but I did contemplate a downside ideas just for the sake of consistency. And I called it failed breakout, failed trend. I created lots of ideas so people would have an idea of what could happen. But the reality was I was buying, I wasn't selling. I wasn't looking to short, I was looking to long, okay? We've created a bottoming pattern, which is extremely powerful. And also the other thing that's happened is that we've changed, it looks like we've changed 4-hour time frame market structure, or we're changing. It looks like we've changed it actually. This is your lower 4-hour high. This is your lower low. This is your lower 4-hour high. This is your lower low. This was your lower 4-hour high here. That was your lower low. Okay. And we've just kind of come up and we've made a higher high. And this might be the lower low here. Right here. And that is now, we're now going to higher high territory again. So it doesn't look convincing, but this, for me, this looks like a 4-hour market structure change. Okay, extremely bullish to experience this type of market structure change. And what needed to happen to create this change so easily was another lower low, because until we made that lower low, the lower high was quite high up. It was up there. So I did think, and I might have mentioned it in my stream yesterday, that it was quite a lot of work to get back up there to create a higher high. So actually in context, this lower high and then a lower low made it a lot easier to change the market structure, because then the lower high that we needed to be was much lower. So that's usually what happens with the markets. You finally get that one last lower high, the one last lower low, before you actually are able to squeeze up and change market structure. So we're in bullish market structure right now on the 4-hour time frame. it's just turned. Like, that's amazing. Like right now it's just turned. Bitcoin is halving, extremely bullish. Yeah, I don't like, if you want an invalidation, I can't tell you where to put your invalidations, because it's all depends on your own kind of risk analysis. But I'm not expecting the price to come underneath this candle here. Yeah, I think it'll be very weird to come right back down to here. So, you know, you can start, if you want to, you can start trailing your stops if you want to. We've had a little bit of an SR flip off this high. The problem with these SR flips is when New York opens, the price can always do this. So that's why you have to be careful with quite close invalidations. Now, if you're in a position much lower down, then you have to be careful with your invalidations, because the price can always come back down, liquidate everyone, and go up again and continue the move. So if you want to trail your invalidation, it's always a good idea. Look at these powerful, strong, bullish candles. There's no way that I want the price to come all the way back down here. It'd look really bearish. Can you imagine a red candle all the way back down here? It'd look really bearish. Yeah. So I don't really want that. Especially in the context of a market structure change. Okay. And actually, when you're looking at, if you want a much closer invalidation because you have maybe a higher entry, then what you could do is just look at the volume levels. So I've drawn them out, maybe somewhere underneath the value area low. Yeah, so I'm not expecting the price to come back underneath the value area low. Now that we're in the value area, that's a massive sign of strength. So if anyone's looking for a sign of strength, getting back into the value area is a sign of strength, and this is a convincing reclaim of the value area. This is very convincing. There's no weakness here. Yeah, so don't think of this and go, I'm feeling bearish. You can't. It's impossible. If anyone had limit orders lower down, this isn't going down. Not right now. Not in the context of what I'm seeing right now. All right. It's looking really bullish. I'm not saying that the price can't come back down to test the value area to go up, but this is looking extremely bullish because we're in bullish market structure. I don't know if that's a higher low there. Maybe it does need to come back down. I don't know, but possibly what we might experience is to go up, take out the high, and then come down to liquidate all the late longs and see where the price settles for another attack of the point of control. Or we squeeze up, like that's always possible. If people are feeling bearish, they may have wide invalidations up there. They may be still shorting because they think that there's going to be a war soon, or World War III, and we might get a squeeze up as well. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. So you just have to see what's happening at the current time of when it happens and then react accordingly. All right. I probably think now the way the price is moving, probably the point of control is going to be a good place to take profit. Or if you don't want to take profit because you're in a swing trade, which is absolutely correct, you could hedge with derivatives. If you're in depending on what you're using, you could short your take profit on derivatives. That's what they're there for. They're there for hedging. Yeah, I think it's good to take profit. Okay, but I mean, again, the thing is, if this is the Pico bottom, which it looks like it could be, then we might be aiming for the highs, and so you may just want to ride it out. But it's always good to hedge, because then you can hedge and then you could take profit as you get a pullback. I don't expect the price to just go up, and just bear in mind, and there is a daily level here, right there. Okay, so we might find a little bit of resistance at about 65,704. All right. I might come back and analyze some other stuff. Oh, Slurf is really doing well. What I'm thinking is I'm going to go and get some lunch. I wouldn't mind posting a couple of videos. So that means I have to end the stream. I can't be streaming all day long again, like 10-hour stream. Could I do that? It'd be funny if I did. I think it must be getting quite boring for you guys. You guys are just here watching me talk about the charts. Is anyone bored? Yesterday, my trade was on the trend line after we confirmed closed candle in the 4-hour time frame. Then it dropped due to the news till 59K. Hit my take profit at 65K. Yo, mate, keep it up. Market is volatile AF. Not boring. Thank you. Get your fish and chips. Oh, I could do with some chips. Educational. I can. There's a lot of educational. There's so much more that I can talk about if you want education. There's a lot of things actually. I took an entry on SUI today. I think it's looking quite good. Where did it go? God, I just clicked on it and I lost it again. There it is. I had this bullish harmonic idea, and I didn't take the Pico low, but obviously I waited for Bitcoin to do its thing, and I took that trade. This is actually it's a weird looking shark, but it's very bullish, and I think that's a completion of wave 3. So with SUI, I am expecting higher numbers now. Possibly I'm expecting because if you see how these waves are, it's quite interesting. It's like you have a small wave, a bigger wave, and now I'm actually possibly expecting a really kind of a really big wave, like an expanded wave. We have to see what happens, and maybe that will just be wave 1. That could just be wave 1. So that will take us all the way up to a 1.618 extension. That's kind of what my target is, but actually I'm thinking, looking at it now, it is possible that it doesn't go to that far. It might go up to the, let's see. A real sign of strength on this token will be getting back into, we lost this channel, and I'm looking to see if we can get back into this this channel. There's a little bit of a channel here. If we can get back into it, that's going to be a real sign of strength. And another real sign of strength would be getting back into this value area. Okay, so I'm quite interested in this token. Of all of the tokens that have done well today, TRVL is the one, I think. On my list, it's the highest, got the highest numbers, look. 7%, 9. And maybe Slurf following 7. Yeah, interesting, huh? That DXY is a bit annoying. Let's have a look at it. So there is this head and shoulders pattern. And it coming up to test the neckline. It failed. And that's called a fake out to break down again. So literally faked everyone out. Effectively what happened with the DXY is it just went to the golden pocket or just underneath it. The 786, you see that? As soon as you lost the golden pocket, technically that was actually, the trade was probably there. And now it's breaking down. I think now that we've come back underneath this neckline, I don't necessarily think I want to see the DXY come back above it. Okay. Because like it's second time, first time, second time. And probably when you're looking at the slightly higher time frame, let me just get rid of this shit. He's still coming back into support, the 786, but we're getting a little bit of a massive pullback. Actually, this is a much more bearish head and shoulders pattern. If you can see it now, yeah, see that? That's a lower low, that's a lower high. We're about to make a lower low now. So this is actually really bearish. We're about to see a 4-hour market structure change on the DXY right now. All that needs to happen is for it to come and take out this low, and that's going to be really bearish for the DXY. That's a head and shoulders on the 4-hour time frame with a 4-hour time frame market structure change to bearish. So once that happens, I would expect the price to come all the way back down there. Probably. Okay. Jay has a token for me. All right. Let me go and get lunch. I'll leave the stream live. You guys go and do your stuff. And I'll be back in... I'll leave it on Bitcoin because people are interested in Bitcoin. I'll be back in half an hour. I'm going to go make something. Leave the stream on. It doesn't matter. On this triple bottom. I'll keep it. Let people see what we're seeing. Yeah, call me if it goes to 0. All right. See you in a sec, 30 minutes. God, I've got this close. Right. Okay, hi, I'm back. Let's get rid of this. Come on, let's see what's going on. Oh my god. Open my phone. So, like New York is it open yet? Like it's opening. It opened. Thanks, Jay. What was that token that you wanted me to look up? So, Baha has a bearish outlook on BTC. So let's investigate that. Hold on a second. There is a trend line here that needs to be broken. This is what could cause a little bit of bearishness as we go up. Kind of like this one. There's a slight difference, very slight difference. I don't know if that's going to make a big difference. That's the previous all-time high. The biggest difference between between this trend line and the other one is that in this first in last bull market, when we were making this higher highs, we're making higher highs, and so each time we were making higher highs, but actually the price was just being exhausted each time until we broke. When we broke, we made a lower low, we took out this low, made a lower low, and naturally it was coming in to make a higher low to go down. There's a slight difference in the context of what was happening. That trend line wasn't actually tested, back tested. And just have a look at this range profile. The point of control was in the high of the range, and the price found resistance, as you can see on the point of control. So it tried to get above. As soon as it came underneath it, one last back test and down. That was the exit. So it's hard to sell when you see the high has been put in at $65,000. It's hard to sell at like 58. Because you're still thinking up in the bull market. You're thinking up, 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 up. The moon. Technically, though, you had higher highs followed by a trend line break, a lower high, sorry, a lower low on the daily time frame, followed by some kind of lower high idea, which found which was rejected from the golden from the point of control of this higher range. You also had a rejection of the golden pocket as it fell under one last attack, and then it was shorted into. The way to maybe have seen that would be to look at the XO charts and the order flow to see suddenly that at that place there was a lot of shorts opening. At that time it would have been, I wasn't looking at this, I didn't know about this analysis, so I've learned all of this analysis since the last bull market because I lost a little bit of money, so I wanted to learn. And in hindsight, going back to that time, that's definitely the right place to sell. It's harder to see in live. It's a lot easier to see in hindsight. So you just have to look at the behavior and try and learn from the past. Taking it to where we currently are, we're in a slightly different situation. Let me just compare. Just leave that there. It's quite dangerous to look back and go, we're in the same situation when things are slightly different. Yeah. So first and foremost, one of the big differences that I see is that here the point of control isn't in the high of the range. It's kind of lower than the midpoint of the range. Number one, that's a significant difference. Also, we haven't been making higher highs. We put in a high there, but actually we ended up not taking out the liquidity there. And also we've held the low here. We haven't actually made a lower low. The reason why we haven't made a lower low is because we haven't made a higher high. That was the higher high. Nothing here is a lower low or lower high in this range. Yeah, you put in your first high here. Sorry, here. Then your low, then your high. And now we haven't made a lower low. We haven't actually done that. So until you take out this low, you're still in higher low territory. Okay. This is not a higher low at the moment. We have to take out the high high. Slightly different to the last bull market. I think as long as we can get acceptance back into the value area, that's a sign of strength. That's a real sign of strength. And we'd expect a test of the highs. We'd expect some kind of attack of the highs. You see here, the price was able to get back into the value area, and it attacked the highs. There'll be one attack of the highs to see what happens, and I think that's going to be crucial. So it's hard to know beforehand what could happen until we see it happen in real time. And what's interesting about this price action is that the golden pocket and the point of control kind of coincided. We don't really have that kind of same idea here. We don't have that same idea here when it comes to the golden pocket. There's no, it's slightly above, it's not exact, there's not the same kind of alignment. Doesn't mean there's not going to be resistance. But it's slightly different. I think the real test for the price is going to be, first and foremost, flipping. As you can see, the market's opened in America, and the market isn't just going to pump the price to the moon. The market is going to first kind of pull back a little bit before it goes up, if it wants to go up. Okay, I'm not seeing a crazy pullback at the moment. It's just normal. That 15 minutes, yeah, I told you that was a little bit of poor. Why am I getting a bit of lag all of a sudden? Get a little bit of lag. Stupid. Jay's asking, I'm wondering if I should add to my holder position now on the alliance block next Saratoga. Can I have a look at that? Shab Udin, hi, welcome. Hi, I was just going to ask you, what do you think? Do you think BTC will drop to the 50s or just I don't think so. I don't think it will drop. Not right now anyway. Not anytime soon. I think right now we're back into the value area. Yeah. Which is the volume area of this whole upper range. As long as the price is in the value area, there's no reason for the price to drop to the low 50s or lower. Okay. The other thing that I'm seeing is a triple bottom here. That's 1, 2, 3. That's quite a powerful bottoming pattern. The 4-hour candle has closed bullishly above this previous high. That's a very bullish reversal. Add that with this red candle with this long buying tail. The buying tail is longer than the body. That's the volume is good. The volume confirms these candles as strong. So at the moment, I'm seeing quite good strength. I'm also seeing a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders type pattern forming. That's on the local, slightly lower time frame. If the price manages to get up to the POC, we could see a much more kind of higher time frame inverse head and shoulders. So I'm not kind of in that mindset of thinking that we're going to go down to 50. Honestly, I haven't been at all. Like, if you've kind of been, maybe this is the first time you've seen me talk, but for the last few days or week, if you look at my Twitter or watch my videos, I've been saying that we're making a bottoming pattern here right now. Now, I wasn't expecting down and up. I was expecting a pattern. I couldn't tell you what the pattern was because I couldn't see it. What the fuck? Doing this here. I tried to call it. It didn't work because, you know, no one can really predict the future. If you look at my, I'll try and find it for you. There were clues that we were bottoming, like for example, the BTC funding rate was bullish. That's a clue. A lot of the altcoins were seeing a lot of absorption. That was a clue. A lot of absorption at the lows. That was a clue. And what else was it? You see, look, I'm not bullish because of the halving, but because I see massive absorption from limit longs and lots of shorting at the lows of this range. The price was struggling to go down. Okay. But actually what I posted was what did I post? See, look, BTC, this was on the 15th of April, so this was 4 days ago. BTC could be forming a bottoming structure here. Alts looking ready to go up. So even though the alts looked like they were bleeding, they weren't really bleeding. They were just trying to form or change their own market structure. And so I was looking at the market structure of altcoins to see how they were behaving. Usually if Bitcoin wants to dump, the altcoins will probably dump first. Yeah. The altcoins usually dump first when Bitcoin is ready or is looking to dump. I kind of didn't see that. I didn't see that kind of behavior. Obviously, I'm looking at specific coins. But for me, Slurf is a little bit of a an early warning system. And I could see Slurf was showing a lot of strength after the liquidation last weekend. And also I could see that Slurf was trying to change its own market structure, which it has. If you look at the 4-hour time frame, lower high, lower low, higher high, higher low. And this is kind of like Tuesday. Slurf had made a higher high. You see, this was the lower high. This was the higher high. A lot of altcoins were showing the same behavior. So I actually posted in my Twitter, keep an eye on your favorite altcoins for a higher low on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah. And that's basically what I saw. I saw what was happening. I saw that the altcoins were trying to create a 4-hour low. And that coincides with BTC forming some kind of bottoming structure. And as you can see, we've put in a higher low and we've taken out the high. So we've actually confirmed bullish market structure on Slurf. That's the high. This is the new low. This is the new high. So right now on Slurf, this is the latest higher low here. If the price was to come back down to here, that would be the first indication of weakness, which would be a lower low. Okay, and that's not what you want to see. You want to continue seeing higher highs and higher lows. Obviously, everything has everything to do with Bitcoin. I'm not saying anything is independent of Bitcoin right now. Yeah. So right now, maybe people are in a little bit of disbelief still. Maybe it's been so bearish, and a lot of people have been talking about a pre-halving dump. And if we don't see that, then what? We don't see a pre-halving dump, then what? What do? You have to FOMO in higher up. Yeah. And when are you going to FOMO in? You're going to FOMO in now? Or are you going to FOMO in when we finally get up there? Probably up there. I think a lot of people are waiting for higher up. And that's when they're going to FOMO in, not realizing that we've shown an enormous amount of strength at the lows by creating some kind of bottoming pattern, which I can see it's like a triple bottom, and we've kind of made a higher high on the 4-hour time frame, and we're back into the value area. So these are kind of like technical ideas that most people aren't looking at to understand what they mean. But obviously, if you're looking to learn to trade, these are very important. Yeah, that gives you the confidence to trade. Yeah, to go long. Whereas a lot of people, they're not confident because they're not looking at these technical ideas. And so what they look at is the value of the price. I think a lot of people are waiting for the price to get back up to 70,000, and then they're going to start longing because they're only looking at the value of the price, but they're not looking at other kinds of ideas which confirm that we probably aren't going down. Now, everything is a probability. There's no absolutes in technical analysis and life either. The probability of going down is connected to a nuclear bomb falling on some city in the world right now, I think. Yeah, it would require that kind of catastrophic black swan event to make the price of Bitcoin come down. And also, it doesn't even mean it's going to stay down, because exactly the reason why what you're saying, there's a lot of people lower down who've placed limit orders who want to buy the dip, and they're expecting a dip. So that would suit them, but it might not suit them if we want to go higher, because what's happened last night, this is really interesting. So I don't think people realize what happened last night. I'm going to explain what happened last night. Last night was, we saw massive market manipulation on Bitcoin. Okay. This was real market manipulation. After we made the first low here, the second low, the first low was further back down, was here. That was the first low. This was the second low. There was a real struggle to get out of this low, and we did. We got out. Everyone was bullish. People were like going max long, all in, long, all in. And for a short period of time, the price was showing real strength. And then what happened last night is that we saw this kind of behavior, yeah. Now, people might say that was the news. That was some explosions in Iran caused by Israel. I think that's bullshit. This is market makers liquidating all of these people who were bullish up to this point, who are max long on high leverage in the middle of the night. Yeah. And actually, when you look at the price action, it's not healthy at all. You see how the price is going down? Liquidations and market shorting, just pushing the price down, Liquidations and market shorting, very manipulative behavior, until you finally take out the low here, causing a liquidation event here. And then whoever was shorting started buying back in on high leverage. Yeah. So there was a massive This is manipulation in the market. Yeah, they didn't want the price to go down. They just wanted to liquidate these people to get a really good position to push the price right back up. And the reason why they were pushing the price, easy to push the price back up, was because as the price was coming down, people were panic shorting. They were panic shorting. They were like, oh my God, I was wrong. Short, 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 short. And then they got wrong footed again and the price squeezed right back up. So that's kind of bad behavior by market makers, but it happens a lot in the crypto market. Bigger players, market makers, whales manipulating the price, and the only way to protect yourself is to have a very wide invalidation on some kind of low leverage cross margin account, or have very tight stops. Otherwise, everyone else is going to get punished, especially those people who are bullish and they're max long at 100x because the price is now going up. Yeah. So I don't think we're going down to anymore. I think the low has been put in. I think this is the low. I don't see any reason why we should go down. We've tried on 3 individual separate occasions, and we've liquidated a shitload of people at the lows, and we still haven't been able to take this low out. Yeah, that's quite a bullish idea. The idea of a higher low after 3 separate attempts with mass liquidations at the lows is extremely bullish. Yeah, because mass liquidations are market selling at the lows. So you're getting market orders, sell, trying to push the price down at the lows. And the fact that we failed to take out this low just means that there was so much absorption, so many orders absorbed the market selling, billions and billions of dollars worth of market selling absorbed, and it failed to take out this low. That's bullish. That's just a bullish pattern, idea, call it whatever you want. There was just the sellers were overcome by buyers at this level. And trust me when I say this, that if we were to revisit that level, I mean, I think people would buy, because they're looking at it now, they're really bullish. Maybe people would get bearish, but I think people would try and buy again. I think it'd be weird to have a quadruple bottom. I think if we were to go down, people wouldn't wait. They would be looking to catch it earlier. Like there. Actually, let me do it like this. I think if we were to go down now, again, it's possible. Everything's possible. Nothing's not possible in crypto. That would be the place that I think people will be looking to enter for one more attempt, for one more attack of the lows. Yeah. I don't think people are going to let it go down that far, personally. And actually, that doesn't necessarily have to happen. I mean, I can't predict the future, obviously, but it all depends on the value area. Like, we're right now, we're in consolidation above this pivot here. And as long as we kind of hold this level, then we probably could try and make another attempt to go up. So I don't know. I mean, I can't see it right now. So I don't want to say absolutely not, because honestly, in markets, in trading, in crypto, in anything in life, there are no absolutes. There's just probabilities. Yeah. And right now, the probability of going down are very, 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 very low. And if something changes, then the probabilities change with it. Yeah. And so you just have to keep an eye on what's happening. And if you see a change, then that changes everything. You know, it changes the probabilities. So I think if we lose the value area low, that changes the probabilities. Yeah, that changes the probabilities. Right now, the value area low is down here. I'm talking about this, the idea of holding this pivot as an SR flip. But to be honest, holding that is fine. I have no problems with that price action. I don't think that's bearish. I think that's quite bullish, because you're just coming to back test the value area low, find support, go up, take out the highs, bullish market structure continues. Yeah, that could happen. It could not. It depends. Like right now, a lot of people are FOMOing in and they're preventing the price from coming down. They're market buying. They're preventing the price of. They're literally what we're experiencing now. Do you see these? Do you see these wicks on top of these candles? This is FOMO. This is all FOMO. Yeah. And a lot of people aren't waiting for the pullback. That's what I'm seeing. And maybe they were out of position, or maybe they didn't buy any of this. They were waiting for lower. They've now seen what's happened and they're just buying. They just don't care. They think the bottom's in. And I think the bottom's in too. But now they see the bottom is in. They have a wide invalidation. It's probably here underneath these lows. And they're just buying and they don't really care, because the context of the bull market are higher prices. And so when you're thinking about going up to 100,000 or more, does it matter if you come in at 64 or 63 and a half? Like most people who are buying spot may not care. Yeah, if you're a trader who's trading on leverage, it does matter, because you need a tighter invalidation. But you know, like right now we're pre-Bitcoin halving, and it's happening tonight. No one really cares right now. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of nonchalant, careless behavior, and that's normal. FOMO is an interesting emotion. Let me just have a look at this chart, XO charts, to see. So the price coming down is not really, I can't see shorting. Yeah, you see all this price coming down, that's just longs closing. I'm not seeing shorting. That's the difference. The difference between the last few days in the week and today is that when the price comes down now, it's not people shorting, it's longs closing. What will happen is longs will enter, they'll take profit, and then they'll re-enter, they'll take profit, they'll re-enter, they'll take profit, they'll keep on doing that. They'll just kind of grind the range. Yeah, and that actually is the right strategy when you're, I don't know if you've heard this before, but it's correct. Trade the range until it breaks. That's what people are doing right now. Right now, if you see the rate, there's a range that's forming, and people are just trading the range. As it goes up, they take profit. As it comes back down, they enter. As it goes up, they take profit. As it goes down, comes down, they enter. I actually don't think it would. I wouldn't be surprised if we go down here to come back up just once, just to clear the liquidity that's been formed here, and also give people an opportunity to come in who've got their limit orders lowered down, and also to test this value area low one time before we go up. Like I don't think that's out of the question. It wouldn't, and that wouldn't look bearish. You'd lose this level temporarily, and actually the safe way to enter, rather than catching a falling knife in that situation, the safe way to enter is just wait for this pivot to be reclaimed, and then you have a really nice easy invalidation. It would be this kind of mini structure formed into the value area low. You try and take it right back up to the top of this mini range, and if If you get invalidated, then obviously it was going down, and that's why you would have you need an invalidation. Okay, it wouldn't be unordinary. It wouldn't be out of ordinary. Out of ordinary. It wouldn't be unordinary. It wouldn't be weird for this to happen. This is quite normal. It happens a lot, and so I would be I'm in a long now. I'm not going to long in this top range because I'm in a long at the moment. But if the price came here and I saw the price test the value area low, come back up, I would add to my long. Yeah, just like as I would take a long, I would add to my long. Not, I wouldn't add too much because I don't want to move my average position up too much. But I think it would be a good place to add if we saw a back test of the value area. And the great thing about this idea is because you're losing this pivot, you'd get people short that. And that's kind of what you need. You need to liquidate the longs, get people to short and squeeze them right back up. Yeah, and then that becomes bullish. It's like a bullish idea. But I mean, I can't tell you that that's going to happen. I'm just saying if that happened, I'm prepared for it. So, Piotr M, maybe you can analyze mempool and transaction fee regarding the price direction. I don't even know what mempool is. It's not that. Baha is asking, what about volume gap filling at least visiting 62 to 63K? Let me have a look at that volume gap for you. Hold on. I need to refresh this because it's lagged out. So you have a volume gap here beforehand. Look, you see that single prints? You see where the candles come in to back test the single print? That's your gap. As long as and that comes into daily open, this gap is offering support. You can write that down if you want. Keep it in mind. Single print 63475 to 64075. Okay, and what will happen, and that comes into daily open will act as support at least the first time, and you can see the VWAP is here a bit lower, but maybe by the time we come up the VWAP will be there. So actually that's a really good trade right here at the daily open, 63473. So if you're looking to trade, that's a really nice trade actually. Let me mark these single prints. It's good to have them on your charts. Six, 3, 4, 7, 5. Right there at the value low. Six, 4, 0, 7, 5. Okay, so this is the gap, and that's the daily open. If you look at the daily open, It's right there, just by the value area low. That's really strong support. So that would be really the best place to long right now. The back test of the... It could happen, huh? Anything can happen. Let me just see. You've got to be prepared for it. I can't see a fib level. If this high came up a little bit more, then you'd have a really nice fib on it too, which would be the 382. So if we kind of come up here, if this high now comes up to here and fill this the rest of this red candle here, because we haven't filled the candle yet, and then this fib would be up there, and then all the way back down to there, this would be a really great place to long. Yeah, there'll be a lot of support there because you have the value area low, you'd have a fib level, you'd have the filling of that gap. So you see these gaps, they act as support until they're not, and when they're not, they fill, and then they become support. Okay, so it's a very small gap, but the way it works, and you can see it, you see how this wick came, it was front run, but actually that's just showing you that this gap is acting as support. So you wouldn't necessarily expect the gap to fill. That would be the trade, just a swing failure of those lows, just back into the gap and back up. Yeah, so that would be the first long that I would think about if I saw a swing failure, because it's coming back into the gap again, but you need a swing failure. But if you were able to lose this level and fill the gap, then actually this is the better long, because it's the value area low. You're filling the gap. When you fill the gap, then the bottom of the gap becomes support. That's just the way it works. And if beforehand we're able to get up first here, then you'd have a nice fib level as well. It just depends on how high we go at the moment. I see at the moment the 236 is at the top of this gap. See that? So really, I don't expect it to go down there. I'd expect the top of the gap to first offer a little bit of support first. Yeah, and you'll know, because after you take the low of this mini range, you're liquidating anyone who's long here and put their stop here. That's market selling. If you go down here, find support and come back up after you've liquidated people who've put their stops there, well, that's what you want to see. Okay, let me have a look at, sorry, what was I have no idea about the BTC transaction costs, the mempool. I have no idea. Honestly, I'm really sorry. I know a lot about charts. I know a lot about candles, patterns, volume levels, fibs, scan line. I know all about that. Pitchforks, I can tell you all about Elliott waves, all of this stuff I can tell you about. But when it comes to that stuff, I have no idea. I do care, but not really. I think the best person to, if you're interested in that kind of fundamental stuff, the rational, is it the rational route? No, what's his name again? Route. This one, the rational route. This is the guy to follow. He's an on-chain cycle analyst. And obviously you can look at Plan C. Which one is Plan C? This one. Plan C is good as well. The real Plan C. All right. Ignore Plan B. Yeah, Plan B is a crook. Focus on the other people. Yeah, don't listen to Plan B. Plan B is a crook. He fucked a lot of people up in the last market. Plan B did. So don't trust people like that. People in the last market who they're almost paid to get people bullish because that's their exit liquidity. But this one is this guy's quite interesting. I like him. He's got some interesting ideas, and I really don't know. I don't know what they mean. He seems to make sense of them. Okay. Okay, so you can follow this guy. I think he's quite interesting. And then I've also plan C. The real plan C. This guy. He's got a lot of interesting things as well, look. And then obviously he's recommending this guy, CryptoCon. So they've got a lot of kind of on-chain analytics and all that kind of stuff, see? Honestly, I have no idea about any of this stuff. This is all old anyway. He hasn't posted in a while. So probably ignore this guy. You need someone who's posting constantly. This is 10 minutes ago. Yeah, this is the guy, CryptoCon then. What is that? Oh, he's telling people his he's comparing his Twitter timeline to... It's quite a smart guy. I like this guy. Look, he's actually proving to people. Look what he says. I sold all my Bitcoin for 54K. That's a tweet. He left the crypto space for 1.5 years, enjoyed the profits. Came back here after hearing about the FTX crash. I have now purchased into crypto, split 50-50 split BTC ETH. Wow, he's I like this guy. This is cool. This guy's really smart. Right, what does he say recently? Does he say in here recently? Nothing recently. Bitcoin corrections can be worrisome, especially when we've been spoiled by no 30% corrections the entire cycle. Price has yet to test the 20-week EMA at 55,600, which would provide stability for the price going forward. Okay, so that was April the 17th. 55,600. That's the 20-week EMA. So he's got this idea about the 20-week EMA. Let's have a look at that, because I don't know. Maybe he's onto something. And I'll have a look at next NXRA after this. Let me just... It's always good to take profit. Yeah, just it's really important to protect yourselves in trading or in investing, and the only way to do that is to take profit, even if it's a little bit, just to protect yourselves. God, how can I get this back into that group? Lost it. Just sort this out. Right. I'm gonna have to delete all my charts soon. Right. So the EMA, he was saying, which EMA was it? He was saying 20-week. 55,700. Well, we didn't have a test here either, did we? Look, it missed it here. The last time there was a test on this EMA was here, and then we lost it here and came back above. Let me see the previous bull market. See, this is his line in the sand. This was the COVID crash. There was one test here, but never really tested it until we got to the highs. Can't tell. He seems to think that we need to test it, but I don't know. It's maybe to confirm this guy's thesis. Maybe we range here for another 2 or 3 weeks. Have one test and then go up. You know, everything's possible. Like, this is the thing. Everything is possible. If that was to be true, what could happen is you could go up, range, come back down, test that EMA that he's talking about, and then go up. Yeah, that could happen. It might be the wave 1 to a correction to another wave. Like if we are in the wave 5 of the 3, if this is our bullish impulse wave 1, to have another ABC correction, which takes a few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, just to kind of be in this range for a little bit, and then you have a pullback. I mean, I'm not enthusiastic about that idea. Without taking the high like one more time, that would get people really bearish again, you see. So you have to think about, if we don't take this high and we swing failure this high one more time and then just fall back like this, do you not, you know, people are going to start shorting and they're going to think, okay, that's it, that was game over, like we failed, it was a failure. And maybe by then, I'm just kind of trying to rationalize his idea. Maybe by then on the weekly time frame, this year, it doesn't look like it, but maybe by then the EMA is like somewhere here. I don't know. And then you do get like a test. I don't know. I'm just trying to rationalize his theory and make it happen. But no one really knows what's going to happen. And then the other thing to bear in mind is last bull market and the Bitcoin halving. When was it? When was the last Bitcoin halving? What was the exact date? Bitcoin halving dates. 11th of May. Here. Let's have a look at the 11th of May. I think it's important to have a look at historic dates to see what happened. And actually what I want to do is have a look at ETH BTC on the 11th of May too. That's quite interesting exercise. Let me combine them. Baha saying you're an amazing analyst, mate. I wonder where you've learned, or like what. What's your source? Anything specific? Is it more confusing after you know a lot about indicators and work on those strategies? Yeah, it can be quite confusing. There's a lot of stuff to know. I like, I've always been quite fond of patterns. So I don't know. One thing I've learned about the markets is like history always repeats itself. So it's always good to look at the past and try and discover similarities with the present. Okay. It just takes time. You just got to be a little bit obsessive about. Also, I'm very interested in candles. Yeah. So I spend a lot of time looking at candles, and candle theory in itself is it's got its own field, which isn't really taught because it's not easy to quite. You can almost do everything just by looking at candles, to be honest with you, candles and volume. Like for example, here in this this is the COVID drop. You can see here this is the daily chart. You can see here just by looking at the candles that there's a nice SR flip. Just you see that? With candles, you have to look at the closes. The closes are really important with candles. The wicks aren't that important. They are important, but only in context. It's the closes that matter with candles. So when you can see here, it was failed to close, and then it went up, and it failed to close underneath. Yeah, so there was definitely a dividing line. And when you look at candles, you can see they're always like dividing lines. They're very square. Anyway, let's just go back to the date, 11th of May. Oh, this is March. So this is interesting. So on the 11th of May, which was the Bitcoin halving day, we had a red daily candle. It was like a doji at the lows. So that's interesting. So one day before the halving, the Bitcoin price, all of this 3 days it was dropping. On the Bitcoin halving day, it was a doji. The price went up. Then it came back down. Then it went up. So actually it went sideways for a long period of time, all the way till July after the halving. Do you see that? And what happened to be ETH? ETH started to go up all the way to July. And actually ETH started to go up with Bitcoin. You see ETH BTC is going up until Bitcoin starts to pump. And then ETH BTC goes down. So based on that idea, if history repeats itself, that's 71 more days of sideways price action. Maybe in that time we're going to have an alt season. Actually, just thinking about it. If history repeats itself, like maybe people are expecting Bitcoin to go up, and actually maybe Bitcoin doesn't go up, and we have much more of a prolonged range. Let me just have a look. 71 days from the Bitcoin halving. That puts us to there, end of June. Can you imagine if we just go sideways all the way till there? You're obsessed, but more into research and projects and buying and selling the news more than analysis. I do understand how chart respects history, price action, and look into it before anything. I hate doji. It always tricks me, but I love fair value concepts. Yeah. According to historical price action, Bitcoin kind of ranged. I do actually think this is very unlikely. Okay. I'll tell you why. I have a different mind for this bull market. I think it's hard to, it's just an idea that I have. Hold on, let me just looking at the current price action. We're still ranging. Right. So I'm actually thinking in this bull market is that we have a much shorter bull market. I think we have a much shorter bull market, right? I don't think the bull market is going to be as long as people expect. I think everything's been quite unusual this market. And when I'm calculating Elliott waves, I see that we're much quicker in our timings. Honestly, I have us going up. I don't have us going sideways until July. I really don't. I think that would be really weird. Looking at the current price action, I have us completing the correction now with a bullish impulse out of the low, which is what I'm seeing right now. I don't have us going sideways for months. I have us going up. Yeah. And I think I have 95 as a target. It depends on FOMO, because and then you have to count the waves. I want to count the waves. So I'm counting 5 waves in this move up. And obviously it depends on how the price behaves as it crosses the all-time high. Honestly, I think if we go back above the all-time high one more time, we're going to explode. We'll have a breakout. I just don't see another failure. I can't see it. I think it would be very strange for that to happen. I'm actually expecting a breakout to the upside to complete our wave 3, and we're in the last wave. So I've been counting these waves, 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of the waves is always more impulsive. So you have 3 impulsive waves. Okay, let me just hide these extensions and that. So you have 3 impulsive waves and 2 corrective waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is the macro 5 wave. And each impulsive wave consists of 5 waves. And most of the time, the corrective waves consist of ABCs, or a combination of ABCs, right? Mostly. And there's lots of different corrective patterns. There are common ones and there's irregular ones. And it's not one that you memorize, because it's just too many, and it's not that straightforward. The common ones are like flat, zigzag, or extended flats. And then you have the irregular ones, okay, like XYZs, which is a combination of ABCs, etc. The point is that corrective waves are usually ABCs, and impulsive waves are always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s, right? With the impulses being the 1, the 3, and the 5, the odd numbers, okay? Now, this is the thing. There's a theory going around the internet called left cycle translation. I don't know if you've heard of it, or left translated cycle. All right. I only just heard about it a few months ago when someone, I can't remember who it was, but on the stream mentioned it. And so I had to go and look it up. And it's quite interesting. This is good. That's it. Let's see what this guy says. I was it. Bob Lucas. It was you, Dan. Well done, mate. I'm falling more in love with this idea. But I can't see the image because he's an idiot. Why did he hide it? That's the image I want. Why can't I see it? Couldn't paste. Wait, image is way too large. Let's see if I can see it like that. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's nice. I think the timing's off on this, because I've seen the super cycle peak being this year's cycle, this cycle. So I'm not quite sure about the timings on his cycles. Basically, the theory is that we're going to have a shorter cycle. Yeah. We have 2 long ones and then 1 short one, and then we go into the worst bear market ever. This guy, in that sense, is making correct sense. But also the super cycle, we should land in a super cycle this cycle as well. So he hasn't got us there, so I'm not sure how he figured out the cycles. Let me figure this out. So he's actually started the cycle later. You see that? He started it in 2014. That means that 2020 was the peak. And then we have a shorter cycle, which takes us to high numbers. Well, I'm not sure about his super cycle idea, but I do like his left translated cycle peak. Yeah. So basically the idea is that you have a much more aggressive 5 waves to the upside, like a blow off top. That's basically what this idea is about. And the more and more that I look at Elliott waves, the more that I see that. Yeah, because of the timings. But let me just have a look and see. I don't like his super cycle idea though, Bob Lucas. I think a lot of people are kind of trying to see, oh God, what a stupid thing about being in the UK. Are trying to see if we are copying the .com bubble. And here you have kind of 3 cycles, and the super cycle takes us into some kind of crazy valuation cycle, like a blow off top. Dan is saying peak between October and December. That would suck for a lot of people who have staked their tokens. I have some token stake. I'll be really annoyed. I think honestly, I'm thinking we're gonna have a little bit of a manic alt season about January, February next year, and that could be it. And then maybe one kind of like relief rally at the end of the year, which many people will think is the next move, but actually it's just it's like an ABC correction. It's like the B correction of the down move, the final down move. We have to see, like, because I still think we're in a 3. And if the 4 comes back and holds the all-time high, yeah, if the 4 corrects somehow like that, that would be okay. Obviously the flatter the better, but I think it will have a little bit of a zigzag correction to back test the all-time high. Then maybe we can get another 5 waves all the way up to higher numbers. The thing that I was saying was that usually one of these waves are extended. So at the moment it's looking like wave 3. It depends on how high we go, but at the moment it's looking like wave 3. And then the extension length that I'm basing it off is the log chart. So a lot of people may not use log, and so in their minds they're thinking going from 65 to 190 or 200 is quite a lot. But actually I'm not thinking that. I'm still thinking in terms of percentages. So I'm thinking right now the 3 might be extended. But if the 3 is the longest here, like it's bigger than the 1, if we get a crazy blow off top, then honestly the 5 could be really high. Yeah. I mean the peak, yeah, the peak. You're saying the peak is going to be before the election. I find that very hard to believe. Before the American election for Bitcoin to peak, I find it very difficult to imagine. I mean, anything's possible because you'd need the stock markets to rally as well, wouldn't you? I think that's more likely after the election, regardless of the result. I don't think it matters who wins. The election creates uncertainty. So you kind of need the American election to complete. Doesn't matter who wins. There'll be like a post-election explosion. I'm just trying to tie it into psychology as well. I think a lot of people are going to be quite nervous pre-election. It's just my theory. I don't know. I can't see that blow off top idea pre-election. I just can't see it. So I'm actually thinking after the election, and that's November, right? And if you look at the way this corrected here from the 1 to the 2, it's like 129 bars days, depending on when we peak. 150, 29, something like that. I think that's, yeah, I mean, you're saying, what if they raise interest rates? They've already said that they're not raising interest rates, haven't they? They've already said that, or it might be delayed. So maybe that idea is getting priced in, and we'll get up to the next last wave for a corrective summer, and then they do hike interest rates up suddenly, and that's when we get the blow off explosion, the last wave. Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of, you're absolutely right though. If they start raising interest rates unexpectedly, of course it's going to go, we'll end up with a crazy wave 3. This would start pushing, and then you'll end up with this. That will be your Bitcoin bull run for you, like that. Let's say there. I'm just making this up. Let's say we go up to 290 by October, November, for a crazy wave 5 through the summer. And then let's pull back to the 382 for a mediocre wave 5. which is still high numbers, huh? And it doesn't even have to be mediocre. It could be another double top. Yeah. In those high numbers, I think if the price pulled back, if we got to 290 by the end of the autumn or so, and the price were to pull back from 290 all the way down to 100, I don't think anyone is going to wait for 290 to take their profit. As soon as the price starts to come back up anywhere past the 50% mark, people will start taking profit. Yeah, they won't wait. I don't think people are going to be waiting for higher. And then you have your extended 3 and you have your mediocre 5, and that would complete. But the timings are really important. I don't know. I don't think we peaked then. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think I'm more inclined for something like this at the moment. Because we also need kind of retail frenzy. Jay saying that tells me you see a hike which may shock in the market, because I think most people think this is the same. What if it rises? Well, if the interest rate rises, then that's going to have a depressing effect on everything, isn't it? The reason they may raise and not reduce interest rates is the other day the Fed chair said they are losing the fight against inflation. That's very weird, huh? Because in the UK, inflation is now stable, huh? So why is America losing the fight against inflation, and in the UK it's back down to low numbers? .2% in the UK. What's the US? .3%. That's all right. What are the people crying about? That's fine. 3.5. That's all right. People are mad. Seriously, these people are so stupid. They're so obsessed by. I don't know. It's all right. 3%, 2%. I don't know. I don't know why there's this obsession of 2%. I don't quite understand that. All right. Honestly, I'm not there yet. I'm not there with you yet. But we have to keep an eye on it. Like I'm open to changes as they develop, and we just have to keep an eye on everything. And to see, I think it's important to count the waves, really, and that's going to be really important to scaling out into resistance. It's really important to scale out into resistance just in case shit happens, like it's really important. So counting the waves is really going to be crucial. And at the moment I've got us on the 4. Let's see how the 5 of the 3 plays out. The 4 corrective is going to be hopefully an alt season, hopefully, and hopefully we don't come back underneath the all-time high. And then the 5 is literally anyone's guess, because you can always get a mediocre rubbish 5, or you can always get a crazy impulsive to the moon 5. Like no one, the 3 is probably the best place to take profit, because it's like you're safe, whereas the 5 you just don't know. It all depends on the 4 as well. Technically the 4 can come all the way back to the 1 technically, and then you're going to get a relief rally 5, like a really poor 5, just to kind of, imagine if the 4 came all the way back to 31,000, then you're going to get people exit the 5 at 60,000, so there's a lot of things that could happen, and we just don't know what's going to happen until it happens. So I think that for most people, a good TP will be the end of the 3. Yeah. Baha's saying it's happening now. We're down to 64, about to reach. Oh, really? Is it happening now? Shit. All right. So we've kind of lost that pivot a little bit. Let me just get my volume back up. It's never gonna, it was never gonna be easy. It never is, huh? It's never gonna be easy. Okay. There it is. All right, let's see what happens. Then the number is 63511. Let me have a look at the EXO charts. 63. Actually, I can see it because it's on the charts. Is that the right one? 30 minutes. Let's go to 5 minutes. No, it's holding, huh? Looks like it's holding. A few liquidations here. Oh god, this is messed up again. I'm gonna have to refresh this. That's longs closing. See that? Longs closing. We haven't come to daily open. That's your swing failure. That would be your long. You kind of want to see longs open. I don't just want to see shorts, longs close. I'm not seeing longs open right now. Is there divergences here? Yeah, potentially, yeah. Look, you see this low here. You see where the CVD is, and the CVD has come right back to the same point, and the low here is higher. See that? So it's a kind of like a higher low, and the CVD is right back to the same low. So there has been absorption in this. So basically what that means is anyone who's been taking profit, selling, other people have been limit buying those sells. You kind of want to see longs come in though here now. There's a few longs coming in, you see that? So some people are taking that swing failure right now. Let me see how that looks on the other chart. That's a swing failure, basically. But I don't like how it closed underneath. I'd like to see a wick. That's my problem with this this pattern. So not really. It looks like it might look like on a higher time frame. You see on the 1 hour, it looks like it, but on the 1 hour you have to wait for the hour to close. So you see on the lower time frame it hasn't done that, so you probably need to wait. Yeah, it's kind of like a poor low if that closes like that, because you've actually closed in there. You'd have to wait for this really. Otherwise that's not a swing failure, because you haven't had shorts close and you haven't had liquidations and you haven't had longs enter. It could still fail, but it's a little bit more complicated now. It could be like this thing at the high where you had that and it needed to go up one more time and maybe even a third to reverse. So you could be in that same situation where you're just trying to do that, and then you could do that, and then it could do that. It's not as straightforward. That's my point. On the 1 hour, it looks like a swing failure, but you see again, the problem with this 1 hour time frame is that you have to wait for the 1 hour candle to close, and then the next candle that opens, if it closes here, it usually will still go down first to go up, and sometimes it will go down to the bottom of the candle to go up. I think in this situation, if anyone wants to go long, they're looking for here. That's what I think. Let me go back to this. The hell, it's frozen again. My XO charts is freezing up. I have to refresh it every time. Now we're getting some shorts close. This is like literally frozen. Oh my gosh. Sorry. So annoying. Let me show you. Oh, so frustrating. Technology. Trying to figure this out. There it is. I'm not seeing longs open, so that's kind of why I'm waiting patiently. I want to see other people long. No, not much. We are above the previous day high. You see that PD high? It could find support here, and we are above the single prints. And so usually what happens with XO charts with the order flow is that the price will come back in to, so you see here there's some imbalances, not many actually. They're lower down here near daily open. It'll come back into these imbalances, find support, and then go back up. I think daily open would be a really good place to test. I'd like to see a test there. It's always quite scary to see that because you're buying the fear, really. There's some shorts opening now. Not many. It's like watching paint dry. This is the 1 minute time frame. What's interesting is here, look, you see the CVD? It's flat. It's gone down and it's flat. So there's definitely a little bit of divergence going on here. The divergence is that the CVD and the it almost looks like someone is selling into this actually, because the CVD hasn't come up and the price has come up, or It's hard to know, but if the CVD goes down more, then that's bullish divergence. So we have to see how that plays out. But this is on a really lower time frame. Oh, you opened the short. Good job. You're in profit. 6540. Probably up here. Some longs are closing here. And change it back to the 5 minutes. Now, when you come to the daily open, it might not bounce back suddenly. You just want it to find support. If it doesn't, you're going to get longs close. A lot of longs will close. Yeah. And then then we might be going lower. Then it could get quite brutal, you know, and that's Bitcoin for you, you know. It does that. It kind of shakes the nerves a little bit. That's why it's best to just like focus on the higher time frame. These local time frames, they're quite nerve-wracking. Could be, yeah, possible. It would make sense to go and make a higher low before we push up. Oops. I would have wanted it to go higher though, right up to the point of control. So I'm not quite sure, but I mean, even look, there's a small one here. If that's the neckline, then you'd expect a little test to go up, you know. You do expect the neckline of these kind of these ideas to play out, to get tested. I mean, at the moment it's holding, you know, it's holding support, and this is the thing. It could just hold here. It's possible. It's just hard to trade here because you're not seeing a swing failure, and we're underneath the value area low of this range. And also the other thing that's interesting here is that the point of control is in the higher of this local range, which is, for this local range, that's quite bearish. What it means is that people have been selling at the top of this range, yeah, rather than buying at the bottom of this range. That's what that means. But you see, the price is trying to get back in. It's trying to get back in. So it's finding support. But I do think, you see these poor lows, I do think the price does try to go back to test them another time. So I don't necessarily think this is quite a strong push up. You could get this, you know, you could get that another kind of lower high. You see on the 5 minute time frame, we've just made a lower low. Higher highs, higher lows. That's the first lower low. So the next one could be a lower high. And we could go into bearish 5 minute market structure. The golden pocket would be sitting right on the point of control. So if anyone is thinking about selling or shorting, that would be the right place to do it, or hedging. You see the price is coming back up. Didn't take the trade. It's hard. It's not always easy to take swing failures if they kind of create blocks like this. I don't like it. I prefer to see like a really strong reaction. Now this is shorts closing. You see that? This price coming up is a short closing at market. That's a drop of OI 1.9 million plus 620k positive buying in comparison to selling. And you've got order imbalances too on the way up. It just means that there's more buyers and sellers at those places. I think this is normal. I think what we're experiencing is a flag, actually. I think it's flagging. It looks like it's flagging. When the price is flagging, then you do want to sell because you're creating we're creating a flag like this. Now we would have to, now what you were expecting is a lower high, take it down, and then up, something like that. That would be best case scenario, because obviously we don't want to go down, we want to go up. But yeah, I didn't see many people long that drop. 58k reduce you right now. Baha, you're still dreaming about 58k. That's so funny. It would, 58k is a good level. Could it happen, huh? Bitcoin is halving today. The output is going down to 3.125 Bitcoin every 10 minutes. It's going to get brutal. So just bear in mind, even though we're coming back to the point of control on the lower time frame in that mini range that we've created, yeah, we are back in the range. You have to bear that in mind. Even though the point of control is at the golden pocket of the local time frame and we have just made a lower low, it doesn't mean that we're going to go back down to make a lower low. Right now the price could easily take out the highs, yeah. So bearish market structure on the 5-minute time frame hasn't been confirmed. It will be confirmed if we go back down and take out that low. That's just how it works. It's just the first step that's required, a lower low, and this can kind of deceive people. I think it's good to short at the highs, but not expecting a breakdown on a really bullish day, yeah. And shorting the highs is more of a hedge than an actual short. It's like a scalp. You'll have to scalp your profit and look to short again. So you see we're right back into the value area now again. That's the problem with coming back to the point of control to back test it to go down further, because what happens now is the price could easily just come back and find support and just continue to range like you, and that's called deviation from the range. I think it's looking bullish. I'm not crazy bearish on what I'm seeing yet, just simply because I can't see shorts entering. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not seeing shorting. If anything, I'm seeing shorts closing. Do you see how the OI is going down and the price is going up? That tells me that shorts are closing at market. And even though that's not entirely a strong bullish move, it is giving you an indication that shorts aren't looking for lower. Yeah, they're not looking for lower. They're happy to just take their profit right there. That's the kind of idea I'm getting from that. Doesn't mean it's not going lower. It's just giving you an idea of how people are behaving right now. So I'm not getting bearish vibes at the moment. I'm not seeing longs enter either, and that you would want that as well. You'd want people to start longing like there's no tomorrow. Maybe people are waiting for the day to close and they're going to start longing tomorrow or in the weekend. Yeah, maybe people are just waiting for the daily close, or maybe people are like Baha and they're just waiting for 58k. All right, that's quite interesting. What else is there to look at? You wanted me to have a look at a token. I kind of ignored you. Sorry. Was it Dan? No, it was Jay. Was it you, Jay? NXRA. You know, I've got a meeting now with Eric from Dtravel. I just got a reminder on my phone. Get him to join my stream. Say, Eric, I'm on stream and the guys want to chat. Come and chat. You want to chat to Eric? Eric is the head of business growth and development for Dtravel. He's a really good guy. It's always a challenge, which, oh, I've got it there. Oh, look, on Mexi. Maybe I've looked at it. Oh, no, I haven't. The other indicator I've got is this pi cycle top, by the way. So sorry, I'm just gonna I didn't just go back to Bitcoin just to kind of be distracted for a little bit. I'll come back to this. So I don't know if people are familiar with the pi cycle top, but it's quite interesting because in the last Bitcoin bull market, I remember the last market very, very clearly. So the pi cycle top, oh, this is wrong. You have to go to there it is. See that? So the pi cycle top correctly identified the top. The last, I remember it very clearly because I didn't really know much about anything really last bull market. I knew some things about some analysis, but not everything. And there's this guy, his name is, I don't know if you guys know him, his name is Jordan from Conquer the Markets, CTM. I'll show you. He's a Bitcoin maximalist. This guy. This guy here. You might have seen him. He's on Twitter. He posts video. He's like a hardcore Bitcoin maximalist. Most of the time he does quite well. He only has one trade. Yeah. He has only one trading technique. It's quite a safe trading technique. It's not unsafe, but I remember at that time he was saying that the pi cycle top indicator flagged the top, and he was telling everyone that it was incorrect. That's what he said. He said it was incorrect, and actually looking at it in hindsight, it was correct. And so looking back at historic Bitcoin price action, so I'm looking at the index now. The price cycle top also correctly predicted the 17 top and the 2013 top. You see that? The price cycle top is actually correcting the tops quite nicely. Yeah, going back onto historical. I don't know how it works. Don't ask me how it works. So if this flags price cycle top, I will be selling without a shadow of doubt. There's no reason why I won't be selling at least some of my crypto when this flags the top, because looking at the historic topping indications, I can see that it's flagging them correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see that? So and basically it happens when you have a cross of these two lines. I'm not sure what the lines are. There it is. A long MA and a short MA. I don't know. Show moving averages. I can't explain it. All right. So we're kind of not, we're kind of nowhere there right now. You see, they're quite far apart. So I'm at the moment, I'm not too worried. And then the other reason why I'm not worried is because in a bull market, on the 3-month time frame, I'm expecting lots of green candles. Yeah. And we still probably have like 1 or 2 green candles to go. Yeah. And I am expecting like a nice big juicy green 3-month candle. We haven't had that yet. We've had 2 kind of mediocre green candles and another one, but we haven't had like a really juicy 3-month green candle, like a proper exponential candle. So I'm kind of looking for that too. So I'm kind of, I'm keeping an eye on this price cycle top as well. So just so that you guys know, I'm looking at everything. I'm not just ignoring. That's the biggest mistake that anyone can make, is to ignore new information, or if someone has an idea, and not to look at it and to investigate that and just to see what that means and try and understand it and put it into context. And I'm just looking at it technically. I'm not focused on the fundamentals. So anyway, that's something interesting. And let me have a look at your token. Signed it. Right, so basically launched in March. Infrastructure for compliant tokenized finance. Nexera Finance empowers institutions and businesses to compliantly issue, manage, and trade digital, financial, and tokenized real world assets. All right. Now I know what it roughly does. I think I'm gonna finish the stream after this because my neck is hurting. Voit T13, you'll be happy to know that I bought some Voit. It's actually launched sometime last year in October or September. No, March. It launched in March. 9th of March. And it was at a low price of not that, 5 cents. It's at 18 cents now. Okay, this is correct because that was when it launched in March. Here it says 15th of March. According to this, it says 8th of March, 4.8. It's hard to know what's correct. Oh shit, look at that volume. 20 what's X markets? Don't know what X markets is. Otherwise, KuCoin and MEX. MEX has a lot. No perpetuals. Right. I guess we'll just use MEX. Let's just go based on this chart. All right. I think it's fine because you have a launch price. It hasn't gone lower. So that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay. All right. Yeah. So look, this is quite easy to see. This is the volume profile on MEXC. Could just quickly chuck in some the levels. Value area high, value area low. Point of control. All right, delete that now. There's a shitload of volume here and here. There's a high volume node just underneath the value area low as well. Then you, according to MEX, you have a launch price down here. You have the high up there. That's fine. When you're looking at the, let's go to the weekly time frame. You can see that it's broken into two ranges. This is your lower range. This is your upper range. You see that? We're back into the value area. So we're back into the volume range. Okay. The reason why you wouldn't necessarily buy now is because you're underneath the value area high. And it could go lower. But maybe you would buy now because of Bitcoin. You see? So there's a divergence of thought. It makes perfect sense to come back into the value area after what we've experienced with Bitcoin over the last couple of weeks or so. And actually what I can see here is there's another range there. See that? So this itself is a little range. You had an expansion and potentially we're into a slightly higher range here, potentially. And you're at the bottom of the range flip. And this whole bottom range is just gone. We're not going to get back into there that easily because we have a point of control dividing the ranges. So that's kind of the way the chart looks like right now. Without going into too much detail, that's kind of the situation of where the price is. just to give you kind of like an overview of the location. Even though we're underneath the value area high, because we're trying to find support on the top of this range, it might be a good place to buy. And so what I'm going to do is just break down these ranges for you. Oh, and look, the volume, you see the volume is quite important. And so this is quite interesting. So the increases in price have increases in volume. The increases in price have increases in volume. So that's quite healthy. That's healthy, bullish increases in price. That's kind of what you want to see. What could be happening now is the price is coming back to just clear the gaps before it continues on its merry way. That's what it looks like at the moment. Let me see, from the low to here, it's only up 334%. It's not much. It's not that much at all. There's been like a nice increase in price since October, consolidation, and maybe that was the wave one and we could be moving higher. That weekly level's been cleared of liquidity. This weekly level's been cleared of liquidity all the way down to here. There aren't any like untouched liquidity levels. They've all been cleared apart from this lower one, which is this monthly, and you have a monthly level right up there, which could act as resistance. Dailies, there's one daily there. There's a little bit of resistance above us. Not much. It's good to mark out these levels because if you want to take profit, that's exactly where you do it. Yeah. If you're thinking about taking profit, that's where you would do it, at one of these kind of like levels. Most of them have been cleared. Yeah. These are like the untapped ones. I've got a daily, a monthly, and the daily down here, right? So those are your higher time frame levels. The other thing that you could do, so let me just break down the volume quickly. So based on the idea that I suggested, you identify the division of the ranges. See, there's a division here. That candle that goes up, right, goes to a new range. Probably to there. There's one of your range volume pools. Let's see this one. Let's have a look at this lower down. Might be easier to see on the higher time frame actually. Just pull this down and pull it one back. Okay. And then the rest is just one range as well. So that candle, see what this is. It's pretty much the same. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. So we have our kind of mini ranges now. So even though we're underneath the value area high of the overall price action, see, the other thing you can do is you can combine these two ranges. So you can kind of almost ignore that. And you can just take it from this candle here to current price action. And actually what you can see is if you break it into two ranges, the bottom range and the top range, you can just see that the price is actually above the value area high of this top range and also above the point of control of this really top range. Yeah, so it's actually not a bad place to buy, as long as we hold support, which it looks like we're holding. And I think that's everything to do with Bitcoin. The other thing I just wanted to mention is this candle is quite a bullish candle. This inverse hammer, it's got a little wick, but it's an inverse hammer, potentially into the lows. This is the low. That's a bullish candle in the lows. Yeah, good volume. It's a 3-day candle, so it had, you know, you have to pay attention to those higher time frame candles. Effectively what they mean is that you've had a reaction and the price has gone up. You've taken liquidity all the way up to there. It's been sold into, and it's still a green candle. It's still a bullish candle. Yeah. So the next candle, you would expect it, you'd hope that it kind of goes up. That's what you'd want. You want to see a next candle to go up to confirm this idea of a bullish candle into the lows. You wouldn't want to see the next candle be a meh candle, a kind of a weak candle. You'd want to see a nice strong candle out of there to confirm your idea. Okay, so it's the first signs of bullishness into a major support level. If you combine that idea with these ranges that I just pulled, it's not a bad place, because look, we're above this value area. We've kind of come in and we couldn't get in. It just kind of brought back up. The volume is good, so you want to see that. And also on this top part, we're above the point of control. So if you're contemplating spot, yeah, it could be a good place to buy spot. You know, we're getting the right kind of reaction, you know, reaction. These are reactions. Buy up. We're back above the point of control here. It's kind of what you want to see. You're seeing buying at a place where the price is trying to find support. Could it go lower? It all depends on Bitcoin. Like, that's the problem. Like, if Bitcoin goes up, then this could be it for the next kind of range. And again, what you're seeing is like range bound behavior. Like, this is all range bound, range bound. Maybe this is going to range for a little bit before it decides, before it figures out what it wants to do. But the good thing about where you are now is you're in price discovery. Yeah, you're in price discovery on this token. If you want confirmation, like if you want to be safe and not sorry, then just wait for a little bit higher. And just wait for the price to just get back above the value area high, and then you're basically looking to pick up this token at another 10 or 15% higher. But at least then you've completely left the overall value area. So you've had a rejection from the value area. You can see that it's been rejected. It's like a little mini failed auction into the value area, and then that would coincide with Bitcoin, and then hopefully you'd have lift off to the next level, or it would just continue to range. Like, no one can predict how that's going to happen. It probably would go up because it's price discovery, and effectively it's the same idea. You're just trying to create higher lows to go up, you know, so you can clearly, it's not, I don't need to map it out. It's easy to see the market structure is bullish. You're making higher lows, higher highs. It's pretty easy to see. For a short time here was a lower low, but then it made a higher high. That was the higher high. So actually higher low, lower low. That's the low to beat. Could that be a higher low? Well, the other thing you would do is kind of just have a look at this. Perfectly good reaction from the golden pocket. So you're holding the golden pocket as support as well. You've had really nice reactions. That looks like support is holding. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's failing. That looks like there's a good reaction. It can't get through. So you have two like levels of confluence at least. And also potentially just kind of the top of this range. These candles, you know, like look, you see these candles. It's like an SR flip idea. It'd be easier to see on a higher time frame actually. You see on the weekly time frame, you can see that a little bit. So yeah, so there's quite a lot of good kind of confluence here for picking up spot. I think it's quite good. You have a long-term strategy for accumulating, so this would be the right place because you're in bullish market structure. You're looking for a higher low. This is coming back to test the highs of this weekly range. You're seeing increasing volume on the rises. That's really healthy. This is just a correction. And hopefully, if Bitcoin can turn on the turbo gas, we can see another move to the upside. That's kind of what you're aiming for at the very least. So if not, even if you get a kind of a prolonged consolidation, at least you're at the lows here of that consolidation range, which is kind of where you want to pick up the price. Interestingly enough, this weekly candle couldn't make a lower low, so there's obviously a lot of demand for this token. It's obvious. Pretty obvious, right? That's kind of what I'm imagining right now until something changes. Looking at the monthly candle, you do kind of want the month to close higher than the previous month high. The month hasn't ended yet, so just wait for the month to end to see how that closes. I wouldn't mind if this monthly candle closed higher than this previous month high. That would be really nice to see. Yeah, that would be bullish. Come down, clear the liquidity, backtest this monthly high, but actually close higher than that monthly pivot. That's kind of, that would be really nice to see. You can see that this monthly candle was backtested too. So this token does like to come and backtest monthly candles. So just bear that in mind in the future. If you do get expansive candles, that this token does like to come back and backtest previous monthly highs before it continues. And here you can see it tested it once, twice, 3 times almost. Could we get that same behavior? Yeah, it's possible to come back and test a few months. But I can see a lot of volume. So that's what you want to see. You want to see good volume on the greens and relatively no volume on the reds. And so as long as Bitcoin continues going up, you should be able to go up. Is there any Elliott waves in play? Probably. It always is. It's quite messy though. I would like to see more impulse. It's hard to see impulse. It's really hard to see. That's quite impulsive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correction. 1. This could be the 2. I'm just making it up, by the way. I have no idea. Just without really thinking about it, I'm just looking at this, some kind of correction. Yeah, look, I'll show you. It is, look, A, B, C, A, B, C. A, B, C. It's like it's basically a WXY. See? WXY. It's basically what it is. Combination of ABCs. And that's wave one. Probably looks quite bullish. Wave one. This could be a wave two, like a corrective wave. A, B, C, and this could be the beginning of the next wave. This could be it. Why wouldn't it be? The way to know is some kind of fib extension. Let me just do it. Oh my God. Well, it's nice to see that the 3 ended on the 2.618. There's lots of lines, but it really did end on the 2.618. You see that? It actually is the line in the sand. If you see how perfectly that 2.618 is, it gives you confidence, yeah? Just in this little 1, 2. So let's have a look at that. Let's do it to the 4, somewhere here. Not as easy to see. Let's try this one. And that's quite interesting too. See, look, so from the 0 to the 1, down to the 2, and then the first kind of major resistance was the 618. You see that? So there's some really good ratios in play on this token. There is some kind of conformity to fib, trend-based fib. I think that's the one. And this could be the 2 coming back into the golden pocket. If the 2 completes here, roughly there. I can't see any like line stuff line, maybe up to there. Look, so that lines up quite nicely. It'd be good to keep an eye out for that level, $1.1, to see, because this could be the wave 3. If that was the 1, so effectively that could have been the 1, this could have been the 2, maybe we're in the 3 now. And just based on this, I'm just saying that at the very most, maybe that's your limit. Who knows about the rest? Count the waves to see how far you go. See if you can get up to there. 1.1, 1.09. Just based on this basic trend-based fib, I like that they line up. Let me just try and do it a little bit more accurate. I do think this could be the 1 and we're just experiencing a 2 for a 3. 3 will be quite impulsive. Did I do that already? No. Yeah. Get rid of that. I'm just making this up, by the way, I don't know. In price discovery, you're just going to have to go by fibs. Otherwise, there's no way to know. And if we do extend, that will be the one-to-one. But probably if you should try and get to the 1.618. The pullback doesn't, as long as the 4 doesn't come underneath the 1, that would be valid. And then if you have a flat correction, it's more bullish. And then maybe the target would be up there. Just simply because I have this other one, which they kind of line up nicely up there. There's higher ones, you see those line up too. So, but that's kind of like quite strong resistance if you have fib levels like that line up. In the same way, no, these don't. Wait. No, that doesn't, that's because that's new. The other thing I can do is a fib retracement from this pivot down to the low. Which one was the low? It's down here. Okay. So the 618, the 1.618 extension from this pivot to this low took us to there. Let me take it to all the way to the low. See, that lines up perfectly, huh? All the way down to the low. See that? There is some correlation here in fibs and ratios. Yeah, look at that. So actually, $0.74. I'm not sure about this 5, but I think at about 74 cents you have a little bit of resistance. And slightly higher as well to there. So I'm not sure about how it will play out. It'll be a lot easier to do like local fib trend based to see if you get some alignment. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I got no money to buy any tokens. I'm not going to sell TRVL. That's the point. I should really sell some there. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I hope you have a nice Friday. I'll probably be on tomorrow, as always. Let me just quickly have a look at Bitcoin to see if we have any news. So we kind of back into the value area. We haven't gone up to the point of control. We've just trying to hold the value area low as support. If you put in a little bit more volume here, then the point of control will come to the lows. This whole thing is going to become really quite bullish. So that's the first indication of a bullish development would be the point of control coming into the lows. It just means that there's more volume in the lows than the highs. That's a bullish idea. 6 hours. Fuck. It's fine. It's fun. It's not looking too bad. I think that's a poor low. I think that low is going to be taken. Just like those highs were taken. Yeah, those squares are not strong. Looking at the slightly higher time frame candles, the 4-hour closes in half an hour. It's looking okay. Huh? If it closes there, that's okay. Take the liquidity from the lows of that candle. Just delete that. You see this 4-hour candle? You haven't taken the liquidity from the top, but you have taken the liquidity from the low. If you close red above that candle open, that's a really good candle. And you could probably buy that candle, just that candle on its own, you could just buy it. Probably. Because you can easily see that we're holding this pivot there. And you were saying you don't like dojis. This is quite a nice formation. Now, don't get me wrong, the price could easily drop. But you're holding this pivot. You've taken the liquidity from the low of that candle. That's kind of what you want to see. The price is back up into the wick of that candle. You kind of, at the moment, what you can see is that the price action is inside of this green doji. So it's just range bound. It's kind of range bound behavior here. So as long as it's kind of holding above that pivot, it's just kind of a flat correction for continuation. That's kind of what we're expecting. That's not bearish, that's bullish, because we're consolidating above a reclaimed pivot as resistance into support. Yeah, if that was resistance, you'd have a swing failure or a failed auction. Now, you could always have a failed auction on that pivot, back test and down. That's always possible. Always possible. But until it happens, you can't expect it. You just trade what you see. All right, David is smiley facing. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have a good evening, good day. And if I make a video, just if you don't mind, like on YouTube, that will help. The TRVL ones, they're the ones to like. If you don't like any other video, like the TRVL ones. What is this shitty news? Michael Saylor. Bitcoin bull Michael Saylor has strategically offloaded 370 shares of MicroStrategy stock amid an 80% surge in its price. Don't trust that guy. Don't trust him. He's going to get everyone really bullish and then dump all of his tokens on the market. That's what he's going to do. Just wait for it. Don't trust that guy. He's a dodgy guy. Yeah. Evening stream? Yeah, why not? Maybe. Who knows? Let's see. If Bitcoin starts dumping, maybe. If Bitcoin goes up, maybe. All right. I'm going to finish. All right. Take care, guys.